everybody. Welcome back to Wappelville. We got something special for you here. Yes, this is a brand new Wappellious Spellbrush figure here. This should be really fun. I've got some color schemes. I went to the GPTs and tried to create a few little color schemes that we might be able to use here. This is the original figure itself. Hey there, Armored Wolf. So yeah, there was a ton of new graphics to create among other things, which just took forever. So sorry about that. But this is from Eldritch Foundry, as you can see. And yes, we were able to make ourselves a miniature. And you can see these references in the corner there. So we're going to try and do that kind of stuff on the cloaks and the book. We're going to try, we'll do Book of Wapple stuff right here. Right, Ryan and Landrest? How you guys doing? This was our second Wappellious Spellbrush. Oh, and look at this. Here, let me get the third one. Well, the first one, actually. It is not cooperating. There we go. So that was actually the first one right there. Then there was this one. Now there's this one, and we can make, we can make as many of these as we want. Right, Ryan? Right, Landrast? And, of course, last night we were having fun with, where's our paintings here? Okay, there we go. So we were doing some of these last night, having fun with those guys. Inside of the cloak, not so sure what we're gonna do, but we're gonna have kind of the spattery paint spatters all over them here. We got our palette over here. Again, this was made with Eldritch Foundry. So Ryan, that building was looking fantastic, and of course, Ryan, later on, definitely post that in the chat. Definitely wait till there's some folks here to see it for sure, like always. Today was another day of 1-to-1 scale terrain projects. Those continue. It's been very active with the terrain projects here. Let me just, I'm just going to chuck this in there. I was thinking of a dark red for the inside of the cloak, but I don't think we can actually reach that in there. Now, so you're going to get some weird things happen with these figures. It's kind of the nature of the beast. So you say, oh, I'm going to put this detail on there, and then you go to do it, and you go, woof, okay, that kind of looks weird. That's going to happen because you got so many different elements. There's no way that each and every single element is going to fit exactly the way you might want it to. So you kind of manage things from there. Because there's a bazillion different elements. And again, you can change all the proportions of the figure. Just the face alone, all of the controls on the face alone are pretty wild. I mean, you're not just like, okay, they have larger eyebrows, smaller eyebrows. No, you can change the angle of them, the thickness of them, how close they are together. I mean, there's just so many different options. I was really surprised, I gotta say. I did not expect as much flexibility. I thought it would be most likely more limited for sure. Fine, I'll grab this. This will be for our base, I guess. Oh, and by the way, this is the base is also part of the construction here. You might be able to see. You can kind of see it and see that you can do all kinds of different nameplates too. Oh, look at that! So you got see the thing on the far left side. You got body, head, facial controls, the clothing. Obviously, the handheld was the book and the palette. Then the back items didn't work out because, well, we wanted to have free in on the cloak. The side items was just those little jars because we want jars of paint. The pose, I did a couple of different poses. Tried a couple of different things. Maybe that's getting almost a little too light down there. We can do some glaze stuff over the top of it. So Landrest is a kind of a chill weekend there today then. Now, Ryan, do you think you'll get a chance to do some more work on some stuff this weekend? And I'll send some pictures of all the 1-to-1 scale terrain stuff we were doing. I'll send those out. It was more. There was, let's see, I think it was about between 6 and 7 this morning. Well, actually, while the dump cake was cooking, I actually was making, I was plastering so that that would have time to dry for a bit, and then just a matter of hours later, I was painting that stuff. We got genuine indigo there. Little lighter. Let me see what this is going to look like. That's about right. That's about it. Now that's fantastic there, Ryan. Actually, I have to remember to suggest to Eldritch Foundry maybe a terrain maker. If you got a miniature maker, I would think that the terrain maker would actually be maybe a little less. Wouldn't you say, Landrast? How you doing there, Camda? Appreciate you being here again. So Camda, look what we got here. We got ourselves a brand new Wappellious Spellbrush figure. Yes, we do. Brand new, never seen before until, well, last night. So Ryan, well, I guess if you wanted to share stuff in the chat. Now again, this didn't necessarily print exactly the way it was supposed to. A couple of these guys disappeared. So I'm going to have to try to... it would be a lot easier if he didn't have the cape. Yeah, if he didn't have the cape, it would have been a lot easier to print it out. But we can always try to print it out again. Maybe I just need to print him straight up and down instead of leaning over on his side. I might try that. I mean, I'm going to be making other poses, whatever. Other configurations, so that's no big deal. So great to see you again there, Camda. Hopefully, Camda, all the tests for doing the live streams, they kind of go the way you want, and then the actual stream goes the way you want. I know today there was the first ever NFL game streamed by a YouTuber, like a private YouTuber. And I think it was in the second half, his computer froze or something like that. And I was just imagining him frantic, because he was down for at least half of the third quarter, at least not maybe 2/3 of the third quarter. And I was just, it reminded me of the times where the stupid internet company just decides, oh, yeah, you don't need internet right now, and then turns it off. Let me do this here, but he actually had somebody from YouTube in his house, literally working on his computer at the time. And even then, it took him that long to figure it out and get things back up. So it made me feel a bit less inadequate, shall we say. But even with all of those resources, it still went kaboom. I think based on that, I don't think that they're going to be trying this little endeavor anytime soon again. I think things, it was going pretty well, but something tells me they're going to say, nah, it was a fun experiment, maybe some other time. This is getting fairly light up here. Again, I don't want to put up pile up too much paint here because I got to do the freehand on the Koki there. And then again, we're going to be doing paint spatters. We'll actually have this be maybe some of our source lighting over here, right? A little jars or whatever. See, look, we got the magenta glow on that one. Now here we had the fire and this glow over here, so we didn't have quite the we didn't have the little containers with the glow on them. Nice to see you again there, AD. Appreciate you being here. Geez, wow, Camda, that is very fast. That is super fast. Holy smokes. AD, if you actually same thing there, Ryan. If you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So great to see you again there, AD. Now, AD, you can either hold your breath, or you can imagine trying to assemble 200 creature caster dragons in one stream. That should scare you sufficiently to get rid of the hiccups, right? Because that's another way, right, to get rid of the hiccups is to scare the person. Yeah, just imagine yourself having to assemble all of those creature caster figures. That should be terrifying enough. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ryan just shared. Now, I would think that would be sufficiently scary. That's a little bit like looking directly into the Necronomicon, right, AD? So again, everybody check out that Insta link there. And of course, Camda, if you want to share anything too, like your oil painted stuff or your Twitch channel there, please go ahead. Great to see you again there, Camda. And again, best of luck whenever the first stream is. Whenever that might be. Best of luck, of course. Oh, okay, okay, it did do bracers on both. It was supposed to. Wasn't sure if it did or not. So everybody check out the Insta link there that Camda just searched. So sorry about that, Camda. I'm like, there's something I'm forgetting. What is it? That's what it was. Okay, so at least we got a little something on there. Now we're going to try and maybe get some skin tones here and there, I think. I guess Camda, I'm trying to think of what time that might be my time. Let's see. Yeah, AD. I just hold my breath, and that is always successive. The only challenge about that is that when you're doing the hiccups, it's hard to hold your breath because, well, obvious reasons. But holding the breath, that always works for me. Just doing a little bit of, again, some skin tone over here. Doesn't need a ton. I might even get a little bit of that onto our book slash manuscript there. And again, this is from Eldritch Foundry. I went in there. You can see some of the controls, especially the ones on the left-hand side. I had to kind of choose: do I kill the ones on the right or the ones on the left? The ones on the left were a little bit more important there, and you can kind of see. Now it's funny that there's an anvil there because I could not. Well, I guess I could have done. I guess I could have done a blacksmith. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that. But again, I don't know if it's September or if it's October, but they're doing like all kinds of apparently pirate stuff, and I guess it's September. So here we need a little bit of skin tone, but you can see that's mixed in with the brown that is there. Just did the dark brown primer on this, mixed the terracotta with the black, keeping things simple. You know, I might get a little of that down here, just a little something extra there. And we'll take care of that, okay. I'm actually gonna maybe chuck in a little bit of our, here's some tan, and then a little bit of the violet there. I want to get this on here as soon as I can so that that's got a chance to set. And then in a little bit, 15, 20 minutes, whatever, we come back to maybe do the freehand on our book there. Great to see you there, Artemichael. Alright, Michael, if you want to share stuff in the chat, as always, please go ahead and do that. So we'll be doing probably our classic caress the brush, and contrast is more than just light versus dark chapters on our book here. Sectorix, we only did one other one of these. I did a couple dozen terrain pieces before this. Yeah, and I don't mean like little tiny things. I mean, I painted a couple of 28 millimeter ships, painted all of Asgiliath, all of, let's see, was it of Umbar there, the port city of Umbar. So great to see you there, Sectorix. Yeah, Sectorix, I've messaged them at least the last 2 times, maybe 3 times. I haven't heard anything from them. Now, I think Sectorix, because I don't do YouTube videos like the stupid speed ramped YouTube videos or TikTok things, right? Where it's all speed ramped and you can't actually see what the product does. I guess since I don't do those, I don't think I'm going to be hearing from Golden Maple anymore either. And to be honest, it doesn't really matter to me because, well, the Golden Maple stuff, I'm fine just getting some more on Amazon because the good stuff ain't so great. Just the cheap old Amazon brushes, those are actually better. Yeah, Sectorix Armored Wolf and I have talked about that many times. Oh, it's like, yeah, okay, this person has 3 followers on Instagram, never does any actual videos, but by all means, send a truckload of stuff there. We've how many how many times have we seen that Armored Wolf? Besides dozens of times. Let me, yeah, well maybe. This let's go with this here. Some thinner out. That works better when it's open. Again, that's another pro tip you don't get on just any other channel. Now, this thing right here, I am going to glue this to something because this is super annoying. This is the only, well, I have a couple of plinths, but they're all little tiny like this. Obviously, what I want to do is take this, merge it with the Nerixon or some other much larger plinth, right, in the slicer there on the bamboo, and then print that out a whole bunch bigger. That'll be super fun. We will take this, and that's genuine indigo right there. That's not it's not any alkyd right there. That is genuine indigo. And we're just going to start doing a little bit of this, followed by a little bit of this here, up here. Fine, we'll just grab more of that. Ooh, that's too much even. Yeah, that's still too much. I'm going to get rid of some of that, and now, here we go. We'll just wait to do our freehand stuff here. You can see that's more of a genuine pin line wash right there. You see the flow on that. Just drag it down this way. Now, if it's so Cammed, I've seen tons of, again, these 3-second long TikTok videos where somebody's just flailing away with the brush and that hyper speed ramp saying these are the greatest brushes ever. It's like, well, I can't really see you doing anything there with the brushes, so I guess I'll just take your word for it. Kind of hoping, I gotta say, that those kind of videos just stop working. Well, they really don't work. If folks are buying stuff based on that, we've got, We got some oceanfront property on Venus to sell them. It's the ultimate pyramid scheme, right, Camja? It's the ultimate pyramid scheme. Here, let me get the underside of this now. I don't know if you'll be able to see. I think you'll be able to see the face in there. Here, let me get some of my Van Dyke brown. That's just gonna go boom in there, over here. So today was very much another one-to-one terrain project kind of day.
So say we all.
Hey there, Michael. Thank you so much, Michael. Appreciate that. So that is 14 months worth for Michael. Yeah, Sector 1, glad that worked out. Glad that worked out for you for sure. So Michael, why don't actually, Arda Michael, if you want to share your stuff in chat, you did. There you go. Check out that Instagram link that Arda Michael shared, and of course, Michael Paints Minis. Why don't you also maybe share your stuff in there? So Michael, hopefully you're fully recovered from ReaperCon there. And hello to the hubby. Great to see ya. Well, sort of see ya. Well, you can. Technically, you can't see me either. So technically, we can't see each other at all. But I'll still say great to see you because, well, that I'm just gonna go with that. Everybody, check out that Insta link that Michael Paints Minis just posted. Actually, Michael, were you gonna be doing some streams this weekend? I just realized I should ask you that. Yeah, I could see that. I can certainly see that, Michael. Let's do that now. So AD, I guess the schedule's still looking pretty much for schmizzled at this point. That's great. So yeah, Michael, it's it's bizarre. You know, you see those videos there, and the brush is moving so fast you can't even see the brush, much less what the brush is actually doing. And of course, you know, they're not exactly doing anything besides maybe part of a base coat. That's about the limit of what they're doing in the video. But I guess I don't know. I guess that's what folks want to see. What I want to see here is some glazy stuff going on in there to get me some darks in the crevices there. Also maybe down in here, just because. I mean, we're all of what, 20 minutes in, 23 minutes in here. Thanks, Clinton Arts. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Clinton Arts. Appreciate that. And Clinton, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, AD, I think you didn't have to, because I was trying to think of the work schedule there, right? You don't have like super crazy hours with the work schedule at the moment there. Yeah, Michael, it was like step 1 is primed, step 2 is just like some kind of weird nonsensical base coat things. You know, step 3 was some kind of a wash, and then 4 was done. And that's pretty much how it went, right, Michael? Yeah, that's Well, as we like to say here, that's a little sus. That is just a little bit sus. Actually, more than a little bit sus. Now, what is not sus here is I got this stuff sitting over here. Look, I'm going to take that and I can just blend it like so, right, Camda? Look at that. See? Just a little bit of wet into wet blending. Thanks, Kendo. So we still have the Monster Viking Berry medicine. Yeah, there's no other medicine in there. It's just that because, well, we don't want to be sleep streaming again. And again, everybody, please give Michael Paint Minis a follow. So thanks, Cam, to appreciate that. So again, look, see that we start out with literally this stupid line here. I'm gonna take this here brush. I'm gonna do that. I mean, that there might be something easier than that, but I'm thinking that's pretty easy right there. I don't know. What do I know? I just sit here and paint stuff. That's all it does. Oh god, was that the owl thing, Arta Michael? Right? There was like two circles and then they become an owl or something. Now Landress, I don't know if two circles become a beak or anything like that. I'm not so sure. It might take more than just two circles. Here, let me get some of this thinner in here. Trying to make a little something different. This will go up here, and then again we're going to be doing some. We'll be doing some of our freehandy stuff in there as well. See, we're going to let that do a little bit of mixing. Look at it. See, that's kind of mixing with what's in there. So I'm not quite sure. We haven't had the palette before, Camda, but we did have. Look at this. Is on the original Wappellious Spellbrush. See that? It's an homage to the original there, but we have the floral. Actually, I should get the floral magenta. We have to get a couple of florals out there, I think, maybe. Yeah, Cam, I just so that is a thing, right? With the owl or whatever. Because I never heard of it before until someone said, "Oh, that's like the owl," and I'm like, "What owl? What are you talking about?" So yeah, yeah, Michael, there was a. I remember those. Well, they were in those things called newspapers where you would draw something and send that in or whatever. And I don't think they ever gave away any fabulous prizes at all. Now let's try. Yeah, let's do this here again. This Prussian blue. Now, of course, we should probably have Prussian blue. We should probably have our Egyptian violet on here, of course, because reasons. Where's it? There it is. I'm like, wait a minute. How did that not end up on the palette? There it is. It's right over here where it's supposed to be, actually. Right where we needs it. Where? Oh, here he is. There. Remember him? That's Cad, and we always actually painted him in cadmium red. All kidding aside, Camda, that was the rule with this figure. I think we painted him at least 3 times, but Cad over here, he always had to be painted in cadmium red. For obvious reasons, right? Get this on here. No, we'll leave that alone for now. We will check some orange here to that. AD, it's not me that's banned from red paint. It's all of you guys. It's all of everybody else. Yeah, it wasn't me that was the problem. It was the other people that ever touched red paint. I mean, well, you heard the story, right? Right, AD, of the first ReaperCon when somebody spattered all of my demo figures 2 seconds into the class, where I said, whatever you do, don't squeeze those. I think it was the secret weapon inks or something like that. I said, don't squeeze those because those will spatter all over the place. And guess what it was, AD? It was dried blood. Hey there, Velfera. Actually, Velfera, I think I sent you the little. See that reference there in the lower left-hand corner? I think I sent you that, Velfera. And again, here is the Eldritch Foundry brand new Wappellious Spellbrush figure. You can see all the controls out there on the left. There's also more sub-controls on the right. Something was going to have to get cut off, left or right. I just wanted to keep the controls on the left-hand side. And then, of course, AD, the second time around, was yeah, that was super fun too, because that's when I had all my figures displayed there out there in the Fort Wapple area, and somebody was squeezing this new container, a brand new container of, I think it was it scale 75 paint that they had gotten. And I tried to tell them, I said, look, those containers, they're not open. You have to take that little piece of whatever off of it. And they kept squeezing it, squeezing it, squeezing it until the thing exploded. And it went all over them, all over the chair, all over the floor, on me, and then, well, then on some of the display figures too. So yeah, that was as they say, that was a catastrophe there. There was a giant red. It basically looked like somebody got murdered in that chair. I mean, it literally looked like the hotel was suddenly a murder scene, or at least that part of the hotel. I think the blast also reached parts of Arkansas, Missouri, and I think maybe even parts of Canada. There might actually still be little bits of paint up there somewhere, maybe at Denali National Park or something like that. So yeah, Velfera, I'll shoot you an email. Well, hopefully, I haven't tried to do it yet, but I think an email will suffice to get this in people's hands. So AD, I'll try and get you this. I'll try and get you this file here too. And Landras, same deal. I'll try to get this file into everybody's hands, because I think I might be doing, well, again, I want to create a new one of these, right, for our CathyCon. AD, I think they actually had to, like, repaint half the hotel. It did look like there was some kind of, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex had been set loose on the hotel guests or something like that. Now, oh, here's my violet. Here's my violet. Yeah, it was not a pretty sight. So yeah, Velfera, I'll send you some pictures again of the 1-to-1 terrain scale project from earlier, like literally earlier today, because I was I was working on that. I think I was doing the plaster stuff at about 6:45 in the morning while I was waiting for the dump cake to cool down. There we go. All right, and we'll wait on the. No, maybe we can't. Maybe we can get something a wee bit lighter here for the skinny tones. Try maybe something like this here. Well, sorry you got roasted there, AD. Well, technically you could still get sunburn here, even though it's only in the 60s. I would think that it is actually even possible to get sunburned, even if the temperature's in the 30s. If it's one of those days where the sun in the winter is shining super bright. Now you would probably be kind of risking a little bit of frostbite on your exposed. So there you could get frostbite and a sunburn on the same day, or at the same time. There you go. So Artemichael can confirm sunburns can happen in winter. I mean, again, it makes sense. I'm still glad that you had fun there, AD, for sure. Let me just get some of that glaze taken. There we go. And that's gonna basically create the grays that I need there. So Michael Paints Minis can confirm that it is definitely possible to get sunburn in the wintertime. Well, you can kind of get it from both ends, right, Michael? Because you got the sun coming down, then the sun bounces off the snow. I remember getting sunburn in a canoe, not on the upper body. It was actually my legs because there was one of those aluminum canoes, and the sun. Well, guess what happened? Bounced off the aluminum canoe and zapped me from below. What was the other? Oh yeah, that's right. They would always say when we were in Boy Scouts or even at camp or whatever that you can get sunburn even in a swimming pool because well the sun's going through that water and the water can actually act as a magnifier. I mean it is sort of like a prism, hence rainbows. Nice to see their sea dragon. So happy Friday there, sea dragon. Well, happy second Friday because we were still doing. Where's our painting? Well, here's a couple of them, anyways. We were still doing these earlier today. Where's the one with the second planetoid? There it is. That's the one. the fingers of creation, right, Camda? Like he's trying to grab that planetoid right there. So again, we're doing this now. Not sure what we'll be doing tomorrow. It's all going to depend on what's prepped. I do have that LSR figure prepped. That we might be doing that, and maybe again a few other things. And of course, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow is another glorious college football Saturday. Yes, indeed. It's also the first weekend of Aussie Rules playoffs. Just throwing that out there. We'll see how Camda's team does in the playoffs. They'll keep the identity of said team hidden just for Camda's safety. Boom. Yeah, there's no great mystery there. No great mystery. What we're doing. I think it is time now. Look at that. Right, there's only this little bit of shiny down here. That is pretty wild how quick that happens. Now let me grab. Maybe this will do it. Fine. So we'll start here. Let's get some magenta or whatever out here. That'll be our floral magenta. Somewhere in here's. Well, let me try this one here. That's the Paul Rubens Well, that's going to be fantastic, Sea Dragon. Well, I'm sure you're going to have a blaster, Sea Dragon. And of course, Sea Dragon, if you have any, you know, what you're doing there, you want to share what, tomorrow in the stream or whatever, share what fun you were having there. Phthalo green. No, we're going to do this. We'll do that. Lighten this up a little. More of a... Okay, fine. We'll do that. That is going to sort of reflect in there. Well, I guess it depends who around them is wearing kilts or something, I guess. Let me get some blue here. Yeah, let's do blue. We can maybe lighten that up some more. Now we'll do ourselves a bit of, maybe a floral violet here or something. Little of that. Get that pumped over here. We'll do a red over there, maybe. Come on, there we are. I also did another, well, it was supposed to be an air fryer chicken, but it wasn't going to fit in the air fryer, so we did it in the oven. So that was tasty. So Sea Dragon, this is the Wappellious Spellbrush figure we were talking about. We showed it on stream last night a bunch of times. Look at this, Sea Dragon. That's the thing with Eldritch Foundry there. So yeah, that was, you can see kind of the controls on check them out, Sea Dragon, on the left-hand side especially. You can see you got the controls for things like the body, the head, the facial control, which are pretty amazing there, Sea Dragon. You would think, whatever, right? No, you can, just the nose itself. I think there's 7 different controls just for the nose, Sea Dragon. You can like make the bridge of the nose stick out more, stick out less. You can have it be longer, shorter, wider. The chin has its own controls. See, I mean, it's and I've only just barely started playing with it, Sea Dragon. So I'm sure there's a ton of actually Sea Dragon. I'm going to be doing tutorial videos on said Eldritch Foundry stuff. So you'll certainly be seeing a lot more of it. So again, we're gonna try and oh, where's my blue here? Where's my blue reflecting down onto this? Grab me some of that sky blue, some of this blue, and then boom. It's like, wait a second there. All right. Because we're legally obligated to have object source lighting on any Wappellious Spellbrush figure, right, Camja? I mean, it is quite literally a legal obligation. There is no working around that. Velfira, it's believe it or not, it's kind of like baseball and football, or well, it's like sports. It's a game of inches there, Velfira. If I could like cut parts of the bones off or something like that, it would have fit, but it was just a little bit too big, unfortunately. And that's been the case for like, well, the last several. Obviously in the summer it didn't really matter too much because I wasn't using the air fryer with it being too hot and everything. So Camda, I have to look up, again, I haven't had a chance to see some videos on how in XSplit, how to basically share the screen, right? Because I can't just do it with the standard still photos. Thank you so much, Big Fort. How you doing? It's great to see you back, and thanks for the raid. Yeah, Sea Dragon. I mean, and it's really it's amazing what you can do. So Big Fort, look at this. We got ourselves a new Wappellious Spellbrush figure. Years ago, the original one. This is from Artisan Guild, so that's the original Wappellious Spellbrush figure there. Then there was this one, which we've done in many forms. I think I've done it at least 5 different times. We've even done it as a bust, but there's a much larger one right there again. That is, I think Lazy Squire Games did that one, but this one I did myself on the Eldritch Foundry website there. So you can see there he is, same exact pose that he is here. You can change a ton of different things. There, you can even have a nameplate on the base. You can have different, not just different bases, but different items on the base. So that's very impressive. Yeah, Camda, I've never done that. Believe it, all the things that have been done, I've never actually done that. So I have to look up how to do that. I'm sure it won't take a whole lot of, oh, what would you say, analysis, right? Right, Camda? Now let me see. We've got we've got our violet back there. We have our green over there. We got kind of a reddish orangey thing going over there. And of course, Big Fort, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Now, last night we were painting a bunch of spacescapes. We did 4 of them. This is one of 4 right here. That's one. We got a couple of other ones to show you here. So again, we were doing these last night. These are we take one larger painting, we chop it up into 4 pieces. So Big Fort, yeah, we've been doing that, and of course also we've been painting a whole bunch of Battlestar Galactica ships here. This Monday was this guy here. So this was our latest one. Super fun there. And then we've got here. Let me. Here's another thing we did last week. I think this was a week ago. This was either a Friday or Saturday stream. I don't remember which one. Landrast. It wasn't. No, it wasn't the airbrush one. Was it? It was. No, it was the airbrush one, right? Yeah, it had to be the airbrush one. At least I think so. Now let me get more of the orange here. No. More orange. And again, Big Fort, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go right on ahead. Do that. Great to see you here, of course. So we're trying to add our little glowing elements here. Oh, it was one where we tested all the oils. Yeah, that's it. The color theory and oils vid. Yeah, I think so. Here, let me grab some of this. That is gonna go here for sure. Of course, then we've got our Book of Wapple here. We're gonna get some free hands in there also. So hello to all the crew there, hanging out at Shea Landrast. And again, Big Fort, if you want to share something in the chat, like always, please go ahead and do that. Appreciate the raid. Almost forgot this here. Almost forgot that. Let me see if we can maybe do some a little bit lighter on his shoes over here. Boots, shoes, whatever they are. I do hope that they increase the kind of the footwear there. There's that well, again, I think that's their plan. They're not just going to leave it static for years, right? Sea Dragon, they're going to be adding stuff. There's no way they're just going to say, oh, okay, we're good now. We're never going to add anything new. And people will just love it if we never add anything new. I think they're going to be adding new stuff for sure. What that might be and when that might be, that I don't know. So Cam, the Kathy's old podcast crew, I think they were doing stuff with them, and then I think Gonzo said, "Hey, is it okay if I put you in contact with them?" Because he knew that this is something I needed to be able to do. Again, while it's been fun with the Wappellious Spellbrush figs, we only have those two sculpts, and we have done pretty much all there is to do with them, right, Camden? There's not that much more. I mean, I don't even know if I can get this out here. I think maybe I can. This was the latest one we did, right? I mean, that's in bust form. Now I'm going to try to do the same with this here. Now, of course, the interesting thing about Eldritch Foundry, and this is apparently a new function, is this. So I actually did. This is not me going into the slicer and whatchamacallit in Bamboo or whatever. This is their own program right here. So you can actually make busts on there. Again, which I find endlessly entertaining and hilarious that you can do that. Try and get me a little bit of this greenish color in here. And then again, on the book, we're going to be doing some of our manuscript stuff. You know, we're going to have contrast is more than just light versus dark, and probably a caress the brush, don't crush the brush on the other side. So again, everybody please give Bigfort a follow. Go ahead and do that. Terra Rosa. Okay, we'll do Terra Rosa plus that. I think we'll go with gold on the trim. That's typically what we end up doing anyways. Also on our bracers here. Something like there. Still trying to figure out what do we want to do with that last one over there. Because we got our magenta here. We got our violet over there. We'll do, let's see, what do we do? That's a warmer green. We'll do a cooler green over here then. That's what we'll do over here. Because nothing like having this green right next to a red. Because of course, let's just add some sky blue to that right away to mark out what I want to do with that. Again, we'll just kind of sneak in some of our sort of, we're going to get rid of that orangey stuff then. Let's get rid of that. So is it a brand new box there, Artemiko, or is that eBay rescue box or something there? Okay, we've done that, done that, done that. Now let me get a little more orange here. A little bit more, maybe, well, I guess we're going to have some yellow in there too. There we go. Smush some around up in there. Yeah, that's so Artemiko, well, let's see. Most of the plastic kits that I ever had with Bolt Action, I mean, they started to get more and more into the plastic kits, but there was a lot of my Bolt Action figures are actually metal. I mean, gee whiz, now they have plastic Italian stuff, plastic French stuff, with more options and such, for sure. Trying to get that a little bit more orangey. A little bit less of the yellow. There we go. Okay. So again, we're going to try to have as much reflective stuff there. And then, of course, here's where we want to have our Book of Wapple there. So we're going to... I get another graphic I got to bring up here. 1 second. There we go. Okay, let me bring this up here. Boy, that's a long way to scroll to get to that graphic. Holy smokes. We're almost there. 1 second. That is not what I'm looking for. There it is. That is what I'm looking for. There we go. I'm just trying to set up another reference over here. Okay, that's more like it. Fine, we'll just take this. We'll have our book there. Again, this is the graphic that Recoil made for us. Well, no, a little while ago. Oh, let me get that out of the way so I can actually see what I'm doing here. So yeah, Michael, I still have not played any. Well, I'm trying to think of how many. It's been years now. Well, it's been years since I played any game, actually. Definitely years since I played any game at all. Which again, that's why I want to be doing the live streaming of the games, because if I ever actually want to play any of these games again, that's the only way we're ever going to get a chance to do it. Well, here's hoping you can get a bunch of those made there. Wow, and boy, it really didn't do a good job with the spelling here. It spelled Book of Wapple with 3 O's. Yes, it did. Should I push this down even further here? Yeah, I'm going to push that down even further. So let's just get rid of that. And we'll change this again. Or do we have that up here? Let me see if we can make it happen this way. So we'll do this. Actually, I wonder should it be more of an uncial type? Yeah, and then we'll do it that way. Okay, well, we're going to change it again. Blammo. There we go. Try doing that with acrylics. Good luck. Let me try this. And that. And we'll do that. And we'll do that. And then we'll do that. Maybe even push that E a little further this way, so the L is going to go further that way. Okay, I'll try that. Where's my... Fine, here I'm going to throw a little... my thinner on that weight there, so that doesn't get too blocky there. Let's get some of this trim over here. We do have some of our little bit of glaze stuff sitting down in the recesses there. Get the edge of this. And again, that the cloak thing here, that is one of the elements that you can add in the software there. Again, I'm just going to call it software. I know that's really not what you would call it, but I'm just going to call it software. Let me do this. And now we're going to have our book smaller here, easier to manage. So that will go there. And remember, we have to actually kind of twist this a little bit because of how the undulations in the cloak are. Here's hoping you get all that stuff built and ready to go there, Erda Michael, for sure. Let me do that. See if we can make that work. And it comes out like this. Okay. I'm going to maybe push this even further in the other direction there. Get some of our filigree on some of the letters here. This is not our latest light or anything of the sort. By any stretch of the imagination. Where's my E? And we're going to have it go all the way to there. And now let me see, we'll have our two O's go there, not three. Ironically enough, it would be actually easier to do it if there were three, which is kind of funny, but it's true because the third one could just go in the center and it would be easier to center everything up. Now, Erda Michael, have you kind of settled in on well, yeah, how to power certain things there? I guess is the next question. Maybe we'll just do that, something like that. Okay. Maybe we'll push this letter over further. Okay. We're gonna do some more filigree above here. Oh, look, it's not one of our bristle-free brushes. It's just a regular brush there. I have that maybe work like that. That's how we'll do it. We'll have it work like this. So blend that out there. Come on, there we go. So again, I'm just trying to map out some of the freehand there. Then we just kind of leave that. We leave that be. Now we also have to have our non-metallic metal because again, it's a Wappellious figure. So let's start to create some of that here. We need our ground, the earth part of our sky earth down here. So again, everybody please give Cam to Paint a follow, because Cam to Paint's going to be streaming pretty so just potentially days away. And again, Cam, if there's anything that you wanted to share, please go ahead do that. Where's my Indian yellow? There we go. There's some Indian yellow in there now. I'm gonna just try to get maybe a little lighter, something there with our holding a little bit of reflected light there. And thanks to Armored Wolf for sharing the link to the Patreon page. Yes, to the Patreon page. We just did post. Oh, I think what, yesterday we posted a new video to the Patreon page. Brand new video. I believe that one was about comparing alkyd oils to regular oils. First of those kind of comparison type videos that I've ever done. I mean, we've talked about all of that information before, so none of that is new information. We've talked about it on stream at least 11,000 times. We've also covered it on other videos, but at least now there is a video where we can just say, just go look at that. If you have questions, there is a video now. Just go look at that. Oh, that's right. Yeah, we needed to make an airbrush thing, right, Landress? And we'd have nothing for the stream last night. I think I stopped filming that somewhere around 5 in the morning or something. And get a little again here. Some of our. Oh yeah, we should get something on these too, besides just the source lighting here. Oh, that's what that is. Never mind. That's some kind of strap right there around the cork. Okay, so that's not going to be. That won't have any of our gold on it then. All right, no big deal. So the tradition there, Camda, is that the jars, the little vials, would have fluorescent colors in them. We did the same thing on the Wappellious Spellbrush figure. Now, of course, these always had the source lighting on them. There you go. You can see, so there's one right there. There's a kind of continuing the tradition of the vials of paint there. Now again, there's going to be some limitations to the Eldritch Foundry stuff. You can only have so many things. You can't really pile an item on top of an item. And many times you just have to kind of choose. It's like, okay, I want this item. You can't have a second thing on the belt. You can have one thing on the right side, one thing on the left side. And that's kind of for obvious reasons. I could understand right away why they wanted it to be like that, essentially. I'm going to try to get me a little something lighter up there for right now. Do this too. There. Okay, so now it hopefully kind of starting to look like he's got himself some gold on that there belt. What's interesting is with the eyes, there's actually, I think there's 4 different types, at least 3 different types. So You got the ones that I always choose, which is there's nothing on the eyes. Then you can also go with two different types of essentially the Nerixon style eyes where the eye is actually sculpted. So the iris and the pupil is actually sculpted on there. I'm not really a fan of that at all because one of the really fun things about being able to paint the eyes is to be able to change the direction that they're looking. Sometimes it's much more dramatic to have them looking off to, say, the opposite side. Like, if their body is kind of pointing this way, but if they're looking in the other direction, that actually adds much more drama to the scene. So Camda, what self-respecting wizard would not do that, right? Right, Camda? Yes, indeed. What self-respecting wizard would not do something like that? Actually, Camda, well, he just reminded me of something. What have I not secured yet? And now that it's good, well, actually today it's probably in the 50s out there right now. I think you know what piece I'm talking about. Yes, I still don't have that sweatshirt yet. I still haven't gotten that. So I still got to get me that Book of Wapples sweatshirt available on the merch store. Now let me try to get some actual pages here in our wee little book there. Something like that. Maybe stops right about there. You cammed the. Now it's funny because I have the hats, don't have the sweatshirt. Into that. And now we'll do this and have it go like so. We'll be coming back with our darker stuff to again tighten up a lot of things here. I'm still just moving everything around here. I'm literally moving all the letters, shifting them over to the right just a wee bit here. More of my, here, let's get some of that. Well, essentially, Mars Yellow Deep. And we're what, about an hour 13 minutes in here? Yeah, something like that. Hour 13 minutes. And we've already got a fair amount of effects in here that we kind of needed to at least introduce. And again, Camden, thanks for getting those pieces of merch there. Really appreciate that. The other thing I'm going to experiment with the merch thing is to get prints, either prints or mouse pads, whatever, of the spacescapes that we've been doing. I figured I would kind of avoid the Middle Earth landscapes on those for obvious reasons. But our spacescapes, that's a different story. Our spacescapes of Middle Earth for sure. Like our Eye of Sauron spacescape and such. Now that one, no reason I think why I shouldn't be able to have that up there with no problems. Alright, now I think that has set enough where I can start to think about that. Also, let me get to my reference here. So we're doing this. This is around our illuminated manuscript stuff here. I'm just going to let that blend, of course. Come on, there we go. So what we're trying to add now is, for all intents and purposes, here, let me see if we can find our, here we go. So again, it's our Book of Wapple, right? That's what we're trying to add. Specifically, this one right here. I don't know, we'll see if we can actually make it readable or not. Not sure that's going to happen, but we can always, again, give that a try. Again, I really doubt it, but we'll see what we can do. And now, even this, I'll probably do in stages here. So we'll do that. Now I'll add maybe some of my blue here. Prussian blue. And some of our sky blue. And that just kind of goes in this this kind of border area here. And I think there's also some reds and such that go in here. Angle it this way. Guess it also kind of depends to how stained or whatever do we want the pages to be. Another set down here. Alright, again, just a little suggestion of the blue in there. And then, speaking of that, then we're going to have all kinds of spattery stuff here. Have some blue spattered on there, then we'll just kind of start spattering a whole bunch of the other colors. Like you do. Now let's try some of our green. And this seems like a mid-tone, also warmer green. That's going to go on the opposite side of where that is, I think. Used to see the colors that I had, it was always covered, literally covered in paint like this is. We'll hit some of our reflected light there. Also up there a little bit more. Okay, we got our green up there too, and that really wasn't supposed to get that much green. It's more like the brush just kind of hit the arm there. Well, look at that. We just essentially kind of erased that away. You know, I'm actually going to reflect some of my green onto this jar over there too, and maybe even onto that one. And then a little bit of the green there. Again, that is reflecting the color up that way. Nah, let me. Oh, that's right. I didn't get the. I was thinking I had the not Hansa yellow, but the Naples yellow. I don't have that out here. I kind of started using that more with the alkyds lately. Ooh, let me get some red down here. Not too much thinner though. Trying to maybe even give a little bit of rhyme and or reason for why the red is not just okay a random dot of everything everywhere. No, it's like maybe the red spattered across this way and got him right across the robe here. I'm gonna give me a little bit of that back here. The magenta maybe? Sure. A little something down there. It's a little later than I wanted it to be. So that we have to let that set for a while. I'll leave that side alone, I think, for a little bit. Now up here we can almost start playing around with that again. Grab some of this. And this can sort of be a dingier, light red. Oops, that is way too much paint on that brush. We're just going to get rid of all that paint there. First, a few little dots on there. Then, may not paint the hat until I have this stuff secured. Trying to make a little impression of some filigree there. So this would be interesting. Right, Cam, to printing that out of about 7-8 inches tall. Camda, we say about all the time, right? Well, look at this. So that's acrylic house paint there. The oil paint, all you need again is just that warm water and dish soap. That is all you need. And you'll be getting rid of any kind of oil paint, even Egyptian violet. Now, obviously, anything that's going to fit on stream, that that Wappellious Spellbrush, that certainly pushed the limits of whatever is going to ever fit on stream. Okay, so we're just now starting to lay out what's going on inside that book of Wapple itself. I don't know. I gotta figure out what's going on the back of that. I might just take here the Van Dyke Brown and some of the violet. We don't need all that skin tone color on that palette there. Can't just be a gray because, well, we have a bunch of gray over here. Here, let me get rid of that. Take some of our Terosa and some of the Mars Yellow Deep. Hey there, Velfira. Glad that you're still hanging out here. Now, Velfira, let's see. We'll bring out some of the spacescapes last night because I don't think you saw that. Armored Wolf did some film noirs for us last night. I could zoom in. That palette looks a little bit bland now, doesn't it, Velfira? And we'll look at even most of the paint spatters are gone. Now you can still see that pretty well as we bring back that color. Man, look at that. Now check this out. I want to make sure we have the right. This one I think might do the trick. Yeah. So watch this one, Velfira. First of all, every spacescape got lighter. I think wasn't it Armored Wolf. All four of them they got lighter when we did the value study version of it, basically. But now it is all about the edges, right? Some of the hardest edges are right over there. That's not actually the center of interest. This is. That is actually the center of interest over there. Bring back our color, as they say. I'll leave that be. I'll leave that be for right now. I'll go back actually maybe to some of my skin tone here. For his nose there. Obviously, I don't want to make this too light. Now, it's a magical +1 robe of many colors, right, Velfira? Touch of bluishness. Now, I think I'm going to need maybe a little more thinner. Let's do that here. That just kind of wiped out the whole eye. So I was supposed to do that. Ended up doing something very different on this eye. So yeah, Velfira, all those sharp edges on the on that little planet right there, that really brought it out. Again, you can, no matter which way you hold it, right, these are the sharpest edges out of the whole. Everything else is, with the exception of this little edge right here, everything else is relatively a soft edge, right? That, yep. Let's see so Camda, the Prussian blue is that's another massive staining color there. For whatever reason, all of the the tube covers on all the Prussian blues, they all just kind of eventually they stop covering the tube, and every time I try and take the stupid thing off of the tube, it ends up flying out of my hand and getting all over me. Every single time, every tube has done that. Whether it's Gamlin, now the Williamsburg hasn't really had a chance to do that yet, only because I don't really use it all that much. I'm going to try to lighten that. I don't want that to be too close to the skin tone. But the part of the manuscript that is going to have the lettering here, well, we want it to kind of that sheepskin look. Velfira, that marble dust has been pretty amazing. I mean, heavy gloss gel is elementium, of course. I'm still convinced, Velfir, that if I just what is it? Oh, not the heavy gloss gel, but a little. Let's see. Might go back and do some of our blue there. Yeah, Camden, what's funny is that's the only one that does that. The rest of them just don't do that. Uh, it's those Prussians, right, Camden? They're very aggressive. Those are very aggressive paints. So thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the new YouTube channel. And again, that's this is eventually going to end up right there on the Linseed Fellowship. And like I've been saying, I will try to get this STL file into people's hands so that we can have some fun painting this kind of in late October. And of course, even I hope to have many more Wappellious Spellbrush figures before mid-April. Basically, is when the next streamiversary is going to be. Spatter that on there, and then blending brush that out a little. Not I don't want too much. Put in a little more of my light right in there. Lighten you up a little right there. Gotta be careful with our vellum here. I don't want this to get too light too quick. So we'll do that on the top here. Now I haven't done actually something like this before. So again, this is where the the AI stuff, it can kind of maybe give you some new ideas that you didn't have before. There was other stuff that was completely ridiculous and absolutely useless. And that's kind of how it goes, right, Sectrix? 1 minute it's going to be amazing, and then the very next render is like, what are you thinking? Velfira, I'll send you I got a video of the latest one. Actually, this time, Velfira, it was the butter pecan cake mix, and that worked well. It was that and the peaches. That and peach together. So again, the butter pecan cake mix and the pecans, and then some peaches. Had to slice up those peaches. They were only like cut in half, so I needed to do a little more work on them. Again, now I'm hoping that those tomatoes start to ripen up and do all their stuff on the vines there soon. There's a bazillion flowers, and there's a whole bunch of tomatoes forming. Ah, I know what I missed. I know what I missed in here. Down in there, okay? Let me see what happens. Now, I didn't know what to expect from it, Velfir. I thought, well, this could work out really well, or it could be kind of weird. A strange flavor, whatever. That combo didn't work too badly. Even the nutmeg. Even the nutmeg worked out okay with it. Well, we're just gonna go with Greeking for right now. Just gonna go with Greeking for right now, and I might come back with my later colors and try to cut some of this away. Let me do something like this. Yeah, well, I'll definitely have to cut more of this darker stuff away. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. I'll get you this file, Grand. I got your message with the email there. So, Grand Oracle, here is. There we go. So again, I had to kind of say, okay, which controls do I chop off? The ones on the right, the ones on the left. I wanted to make sure we had all of the ones on the left-hand side because there's a. You kind of choose, okay, what type of figure? Is it fantasy, sci-fi, whatever? Then obviously you get into, is it an orc? Is it a draconid? Is it a halfling? Whatever, right? Dark elf. And you see that like on the base there, you can actually not just control what's on the base, but you can put objects, additional objects on there, and then you can also put a nameplate on there, like we do right here. Yeah, we actually got ourselves a nameplate right there. Camden, I guess they're fixing to add a whole bunch more. I guess a bunch of pirate stuff. Let me do something like this. Oh, that's why there was so much. I'm like, why is there so much extra room there? There really is not. I just forgot which name I was going to write. Let me see. Here, we'll get the two P's there. And there is that. There is that. That. And then that. Okay, so we just, again, we kind of blocked in our little name right there. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I was saying earlier in the stream, I don't know if Eldritch Foundry, if I can kind of convince them to maybe also do terrain stuff. I know that there's other ones, obviously, that are sort of like the Eldritch Foundry of terrain, like you were just saying there, Grand Oracle. But it would be kind of neat if it was all in one place. If it could be sculpting miniatures and also terrain. Unless Eldritch Foundry can already do that. So yeah, Camden, there's a lot of stuff, and like you said, I think they kind of add stuff quite frequently now. It can't be static. That there's just too much competition, right, Camden, to just be static. Way too much competition out there to just again remain static, not add things and such, right? So Grand Oracle, I also have to try out see if I can get those, what would you call them? Those texture plates, basically, right, Grand Oracle, for practicing different things, whatever. I'll see if I can get. I think did they say there was 80 or 90 of them? I think Grand Oracle, or was it even more? I somehow 80 or 90, whatever. That's what kind of sticks out in my head. So great to see you again there, Grand Oracle. And again, thanks very much in advance for things like the subs and everything. I guess this is September. At least I think so. I know that's still a thing. They're still doing that. I haven't actually seen anything for it. So maybe they're not doing September. like that. Okay. Cut off some of that. So yeah, I'll definitely we'll test them out there. It can never hurt to have more tools, right, Grand Oracle? Never hurts to have more. And you never know which, what kind of situation, and not just for staining tests or something like that, but I think there's a lot of different types of videos we could do with those. I can still go a whole lot lighter than that on the skin tone. I do need a little bit of that Mars Yellow Deep basically in the skin tone. And let me break that down a little more. Yeah, that's getting mighty thin there. I'll be curious to see, Grand Oracle, what the print time is on that. I don't. Well, it depends. Maybe I don't think I'll be incorporating those in the Adepticon class. But even if we had them for people to do just little quick exercises on, that could be helpful. Where's my light? Is that my lighter skin tone there? Well, it looks like it. I think when we get to the 2-hour mark, I'm going to go refresh the medicine. And again, our medicine now is there's no medicine in there. It's mostly a Monster Energy drink. What is that, Viking Berry or whatever? Now, of course, should you have your post unjustly modified by the autocorrect monster, look what you can do. You can expose that demonic, hideous creature to the light of day, or at least to the light of your incandescent lights in your room. There you go. There he is. Check him out. That's one of your chat point rewards. Of course, what he likes to scurry around in the dark corner. Well, maybe he doesn't scurry around too much. He's kind of large for scurrying around, I guess you could say. Might be a little bit too big for scurrying around. Great to see you there, Ingunes. Everybody, please give Ingunes a follow. So, Ingunes, check it out. Here is our brand new Wappellious Spellbrush figure that we did on Eldritch Foundry. Let me get a little more here, more of the yellow, a little more of that almost yellow. It's the not Mars Yellow Deep. There you go, Camda. So I'm gonna hit this thing a little bit here again, trying to get the nameplate to show something here. Push that down, push that up. And the idea that maybe, well, there's some stains or whatever on this parchment here, for lack of a better term. Let's see. Yeah, Grand Oracle. How many? Actually, Grand Oracle. The storage thing for those texture plate things, I thought could also be. an interesting storage thing for these Grand Oracle. Instead of all of them just sitting on top of each other, they could actually maybe go in those little slots. I don't know. I don't know if that would work, Grand Oracle, but I mean we can resize them, right? So maybe that would be an effective way to do our paintings like that and kind of storage those things. Again, instead of them all just be stacked on top of each other. Now, Grand Oracle, I guess, what would you suggest as far as a size, percentage size increase to make sure that they fit a 5x7 painting? Yeah, Grand Oracle. Uh, what's the other thing I was thinking that would be kind of important with that scale? Obviously, you want to have the edges a little bit taller, right? So the paintings don't just fall right out of there, since they're so much larger, and not so much with the weight, right? Ooh, here's some red we need to get here. Let's get that there. Well, we actually have ourselves a bookmark there. So again, yeah, this is it's kind of super fun, I gotta say, to have this the first ever new Wappellious Spellbrush here that we created ourselves. More of this light again. Has this had a chance to set a little bit? Yes, it has. Otherwise, that paint wouldn't go on there quite so easily. Now we can't just kind of shade this without thinking about, okay, this light area here is right in the middle of a fold in the cloak, which means that area would still be darker, even though it should be light if it was just a flat image. But it's not a flat image. That didn't work out quite as we wanted it to. Just take some of that away. Well, there. What I'll probably do is take maybe the Indian yellow or something, and we'll do some kind of semi-glazings over the top of this, and that'll make some of this filigree in here that much more golden. And of course, Grand Oracle, if you want to share any of that in the chat, there'll be great info for folks to see. No doubt about it. Yeah, even if you just want to, oh yeah, post the link to the to those texture plates there. I know you did that. I think you did that on last night on stream, right? You know what? I'm gonna have the and no, that is not a bristle-free brush. That is a it's more of a standard brush. There, it's not one of the bristle-free brushes. Oh, that's what you could share, Grand Oracle. You could share the Reaper figures, yeah. Now that's the thing that Grand Oracle and I have been talking about, that Kickstarter there with those texture plates, which again I'll try to get those. Oh, gee whiz! I got exactly 2 days left in the fabulous My Mini Factory 50% off sale. Now again, not everybody's participating in it, and some people their discount is more like 30 or 20%. So double check. Don't just go, oh yeah, type in summer 2025 and then hit go, or purchase. Make sure you double check every single one because again, not everybody's participating, and some people are kind of sort of participating. More here. All the way down and then around. All the way around here. So I doubt I'm going to have any time to create that Wappellious School of Culinary Arts graphic for this weekend. I don't think that's going to happen. Hopefully maybe by our Thursday stream. Well, hey, at least I've got raw materials for Thursday, don't I? With that new airbrush video that's up on the Patreon page. Yeah, Grand Oracle, that's Troy. That's quite the reversal, right? Oh, and this is the. Where is he here? He was right. Oh, that's not him. That's a magnet. Where is our Wappellious Spellbrush juggling flaming chainsaws? We're missing him. Where did he go? Well, at least he's on this. So I don't know if I don't think they have too many juggling poses. Unfortunately, I don't think they have many of those. Who knows? Maybe if people ask and ask like little sad puppy dog eyes or something like that, they might create a juggling pose. Now maybe there is one. I just haven't seen it yet. Yeah, Grant Oracle again. Sorry that such a sudden change there. That really has to. I mean, your mindset for a long time was going in one direction, right? And then all of a sudden it gets kind of boosted in the very different direction. Let me see if I can build. Yeah, I'll build off of it this way. All right, we go that way with it, and then we'll go this way. And then we'll have it roll something like this. And then we might even expand on these. I'm not so sure about this, but... Oh yeah, I never... That's right. I think we had a raid while I was trying to alter our text over here and move this over a little bit. Basically trying to shimmy everything over to the right here. So again, something maybe like that. We'll clean up this little bit of graphic here. So this is going to be our Book of Wapple here. There's our of. Or we could put it on here. It's very tiny. Or I could just remove this graphic right here. We could actually I can do this. Here we go. We'll use this. So we'll do that. Of course, now I need to do a lighter brush there, or a lighter color for that. We'll do that in a sec. First, though, let's get some of our little bit of Greeking on our Book of Wapple here. Something like that. All right. Now let's go with something lighter here. So how you doing there, Surface Tension? Great to see you back. So yeah, Surface Tension, here he is. Let me see if I can. Oh, wait a minute. I'm trying to line him up so that when we do this, it's almost like a film noir. No, he needs to move over a little bit more. There we go. I almost got him lined up there. Surface Tension. So Surface Tension, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Oh, there it is. Now it actually says Book of Wapple there. Now, of course, the graphic that I made, you can notice it says three. It has three O's in there. Now, those I did real quick in GPT. I just created those things very, very quickly in GPT. That's one of the reasons why the stream was later. Because one of my prompts, it just like, it basically erased it, so I had to redo it again. So everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. And again, great to see you here, Surface Tension. Appreciate that. Let me see which way. 1 second here. I think it goes this way. All right, it goes the opposite way. Oh, gee whiz, we're going to have to get ourselves a little more medicine in here. Yes, we are. So great to see you there, Surface Tension. Now, this is a cuisine channel, but, well, we also like our beverages, too. That's why Paintwater Sommelier is a very welcome guest. Paintwater, how are you doing? Everybody, please give Paintwater Sommelier a follow. So, Paintwater, why don't you... I know you got fabulous things you can post in the chat. Check this out, Paintwater. You remember the original Wappellious Spellbrush. Oh, and CAD. Ooh, that's why I gotta see if I can put a familiar on his base. Oh boy, Cam, just shoot me a reminder to say, because you can put little familiars on the base, I think. So we have to put something like CAD on his base here, yes. Or we can make a giant version of CAD. I don't know. Then this was the next one. And yeah, we've done many, many iterations of him. Gosh, I've painted him at least 6 times here, even as a bust. Here's a larger one right there. And then I went into Eldritch Foundry and we created this. Everybody check out that Reaper Mini set of things there.
So
That Grand Oracle just posted. And how you doing there, Doji? Hopefully, oh, look at that, Doji. Got to get some more. Actually, I had a fabulous bakery run too there, Doji. Yeah, that was in the form of the butter pecan dump cake that I made last night. That was super fun. So again, if you want to, let me see. I think maybe we've got that. Oh no, wasn't able to do that here. 1 second. Maybe this will work. Does it actually? Oh, here we go. Yeah, there we go. So there's the fabulous dump cake that we made right there. So Inganis, I don't know if you had a chance to post your stuff in the chat also, but please go ahead and do that. Everybody give Paintwater, Smiley, and Inganis a follow. Let me see. Oh, thanks, Paintwater. I just want to make sure we didn't miss it. Oh, and Paintwater here. We did a new set of Spacescapes. We did 4 of them last night. So there's 1. Here's 2. That's 2. Here's 3. There's number 3. And here is number 4. There's number 4. And of course, we did another one of our Battlestar Galactica ships on Monday. There's another one right there. And that was a week ago. We painted up this right here. So this was super fun. So we paint quite a bit of different stuff here. Everybody check out that Instagram link there that Inganis just posted. And give Inganis a follow. So again, Paintwater, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And Doji, if you want to share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff, please please do that too. Sorry if I might have forgot to already mention that. I'm going to try and push this over a little bit more to the side. Maybe a little more thinner even, I guess. I don't want to do too much. Nah, I think that, okay, that helps. Also dividing that into some smaller lines too. 2 hours ago, this had no paint on it, so that's we've got ourselves a ways that we can go yet, but we want to try and get to past that initial placement of colors and stuff as quickly as possible, so that we can get to that refinement stage. Right, because that's where we can do all the really nifty stuff, is in the refinement stage. No problem there, Doji. Doji, I got more pictures to send you of yet another 1-to-1 scale terrain project that I was doing last night into today. It was plastering and painting today. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just posted. Go something like that. So on the heels of the, well, tile and painting that we did earlier in the week, just a few days ago, this is getting to be quite the, again, this is a home repair channel. It's not just a Lord of the Rings object source lighting, Song of Ice and Fire, Aussie rules, cavalry channel, culinary channel, exercise channel. It's also a home repair channel. Oh, also a non-metallic metal and a freehand channel too. Iron is, we're doing ourselves a little bit of freehand right there. Yeah, Doji, they end up being usually a little bit more dangerous, right, than scale terrain projects for whatever reason. There was some hazards in today's, because ladders and stairwells are always interesting things, right, Doji? Yeah, so today was one of those, well, let's say the ladder doesn't really fit in the stairwell at all. if we lean back even slightly on this ladder, we're going to be going down the stairs with the ladder on top of us. Ah, that's right. Actually, surface tension, well, you have to give us the Welshlandic weather report then. Because otherwise, because we have to, it's got to be worldwide weather. Is the Death Orb shield functional again? Ah, that's for sure there, Doji. That's for sure. Yeah, Gamda. There was one point. It's like, okay. So then I said, I think I had used an old broom handle to help to stake up the tomato plants. I actually grabbed that, knocked the dirt off of it, and I taped a brush to it and tried to do some of the stuff that way, so that we maybe could avoid an accidente. Ah, so the Welshlandic Space Agency was successful in re-establishing the anti-death orb shield then? Again, it is a somewhat limited space agency. What would you say, their mission statement is pretty compact, right? Right, surface tension? Nah, I don't like that. We're going to get rid of that. And we're going to do that. Let's start to get some lighter stuff in our. Speaking of orbs, there we go. They just got that one job, surface tension. You'd think that they could do it right, but apparently not. Either that, or they're saying they need more funding, right, Camda? Or sorry, right, surface tension. Is that gonna be too late? I don't think so. I don't think so. More of just the sky blue, perhaps, out here. I can tell that the paint's definitely had a chance to set, though. That's nice. That is not where we want that to go. So we'll just go back in there and eliminate some of that. Oh, that's going to be a lot of thinner on that brush. Try and take a little more of just the white itself. Nope, gotta still keep thinning that down. There we go. That's better. I mean, the other thing we can do is just take something like, well, even our heavy gloss gel, go over the top of this, right? And then we would have essentially the shiny thing go wherever we need it to go. We could do that as well. Well, that sounds actually very picturesque there. Surface tension sounds very painting worthy. Oh gosh, how long ago was it, surface tension, that we were talking about? Remember, kind of like how they have the climbers on Mount Everest, where they basically use them as landmarks. Like there's red jacket, there's green jacket, whatever. But in Wales, they're all just various. There's gray jacket, there's gray jacket, there's other gray jacket. Trying to get that mixed together a little more. Okay, yeah, something like that. A little more magenta light there Also on that. See what we can do with a little more maybe orangey light on this thing here. Oh, surface tension. I thought you said bog. That's how I was thinking. I was thinking bog there, but fog. Well, they kind of go together, right? You're usually going to have a lot of mist and fog. Let's get that. Now we're talking. Now we're talking there. Now this is not our fabulous pure orange, by the way. Oh, and the moors, yes, the moors surface tension. Come on, over like there we go. All right, so now we're starting to get a little bit more glowy on these little orbs right here. And again, Paintwater, I wasn't sure if you had a chance to post any of your stuff in the chat there. Want to make sure that you did. And of course, again, everybody please give Paintwater Smalley a follow. Nope, I gotta thin that down more, I guess. Okay, yeah, that worked. So now that's starting to get a little bit more of a glow. Here's our green one here. Here is our green one, and we want to have a little bit of the yellow in there. More of that lighter green over here. You know what? Oh, that was going to be our violet one. That's right. No, I want more of a yellowish green there. Okay, that's starting to brighten up a little. Kick that over on that side a little too. And then we're going to have to lighten up the bottom portion of that. Some more. I'll just maybe here we'll use some of our fabulous yellow. There's some of our not radiant green. Yeah, surface tension. I guess let's see. With the moors, you have like those rocky outcroppings, don't you? I guess it's sort of like combining a bog with a swamp with some rocks. Everybody, please check out that painted Bilbo. Is that a printed one there? Paint water. No, in paint water. I don't know if I can find it too easily, but I think. Oh, gee, I think I sent you a picture of the City of the Dead, right? Yeah, there we go. So that's the printing goes ever on City of the Dead right there. So everybody check out that Discord link that Paintwater Smollier just shared. I think actually in the stream, our Saturday stream might be King Elisar because we never got a chance to paint him. Remember, we did Boromir, captain of the White Tower there, but we have Elisar all set and ready to go. So I think it's probably what we'll do for tomorrow, well, our Saturday stream, because it's Saturday now, and I'm not going to have any time to prep any figs before the stream tomorrow, I don't think. So we'll roll with that one. Has to be painted anyhow. See you later there, Doji. Again, have a great Saturday. See you on Sunday. No, that's too light. That is too light. Let me back off a little bit from that. Okay, there we go. Might even throw a little bit of my lighter green on him there. Spatter some of that over here too. Not like our spatter stars though. Not like that. Now here I'm going to try to actually get some lighter armory type colors here as opposed to the cloth. Something there. Maybe a little reflected there on that side. A little lighter perhaps. Right there. Some reflected light there. Let me just use this as a blending brush here. Lots of 1-to-1 scale terrain projects there, surface tension. That and a Pilates bar after every stream, surface tension. Yep. You do yourself plenty of let's put it this way, you dig ditches from mid-May until, I don't know, September. And then do all other kinds of, again, 1-to-1 terrain scale projects. You'd be surprised their surface tension. Nice to see you there, Recoil. So happy Saturday there, Recoil. There we are. So Recoil, I got another terrain project to send you pictures of there. This time more plastering and painting. All right, now back here. We got our yellow here as well. And let me get more of my white into that yellow here. Let me see what this is going to do for me. Nah, I think maybe I want to have a little more of the Indian yellow into that. See what happens here. No, actually, I'm going to go the other way. Let me try the other way here. Let me try to grab this and that brown. We'll combo those together because they're kind of on the translucent side anyways. Yeah, glad I'm doing this first. Makes way more sense. So I hope that, again, everything's going great there, Recoil. Yeah, fine. We'll hit that with our mix here. I've got to get that down here. I knew there was something missing down there. That's what was missing down there. Now this here. Tone that down too. Boy, recoil, that's, I'm hoping that maybe by Monday or something like that, I can maybe try and actually get some sleep. Because there really hasn't been any. Not this week, anyways. Pretty much been none of that. Of course, it is hashtag no sleep in Wappelville, for sure. So Rico, hopefully Mom is doing well today as also. And hello to Mom if Mom is listening. That can't be quite so light. Gotta tone that down. Okay, I think now we're starting to get there. Okay, now we can go the other way, and I think this might actually have much more impact. Yes, it does. We had to darken some stuff down before we could make this lighter. I'm going to leave that darker there. And no, that's not one of our bristle-free brushes there. Okay, yeah, I'm going to try to steal a little more light right on the edge of that. Down and around we go. Down and around like so. Fine, we'll also hit that with a little touch more of our light there. You can see that it was very sketchy at first, right? We're trying to figure out, okay, what the heck did we want in certain areas? Once we figure that out, kind of lock that in. Yeah, that's hey, there's Zombitron. Welcome back. Appreciate you being here. Of course, happy Saturday. Because yes, it is now Saturday here. Oh, here's hoping that that's going to be a very fun project for you there, Zombitron. Me tack on a little some extra here off of that. Well, we're just going to have to tone that one down. Which is fine. A little something in there too. And then this right here is gonna want to get some more little detail stuff on the Book of Wobbler a little bit later too. Let me see. White there. So again, everybody please check out that Discord link that Paintwater Smalley shared. And again, everybody please give Paintwater Smalley a follow. fine. Let's work in more of our light here on our letters there. There. Yeah, recoil. There's that disorientation sometimes when you're trying to catch a couple of Z's and then all of a sudden it's way more disorienting it seems sometimes than waking up just from so-called regular sleep. Come on, there we go. Now this is back to our yellow here. Something like this, maybe. More light down here. I think this needs to be later too. Sure. Let me take some of our gray again. Start. We need to get some on his chapeau and on his cloak there. Maybe not. Yeah. Let me try a warmer gray up here now. So we'll grab some of this. Maybe even some of the Van Dyke brown. Break this down some more here again with that to get a warmer gray. And maybe maybe we'll do some texturizing here. Maybe we'll do that on his hat. I mean, we did it on Gandalf, we did it on Saruman, and they're very minor wizards in comparison. Yes, we're not going to compare them to Wappellious Spellbrush. They're only Maiar, they are not Elder Gods. They've only been around since the beginning of time, not since before time started. Let's lighten this up more now, again with our doing some stipply things here. And of course, the Wappellious Sports Network will be reporting simultaneously from every college gridiron in the APCC. Also, too, covering all things Aussie rules, because it's playoff time minus the Bulldogs. So would it just be a color wheel then, Camda, instead of a ring? Yes, it's in the saturation bind them. I'm going to come back with probably some of my darkest stuff on the chapeau, but we'll have to let that have a chance to set now that we've again done some stuff on the hat there. Maybe a little something back here to get some light on that now. Like you do. Geez, yes, surface tension. I got to do one last prowl there. I think the last one was basically terrain stuff. And I might do a little more perusal of some Lord of the Rings stuff. They were all of them deceived, right, Camda? Yes, indeed, all of them deceived. Let me tighten that up a little. We need a little something on that part of his hat here too. And we're probably going to come back with some darker texturizing there on his hat. Just use this as a blending brush right here again like we do. We're going to smoosh some of these little paint blobs here. I wonder, maybe not that one, maybe this one here. Because we need to also get a little light and dark on the cloak itself. Over here, let me just grab some of that. Start filling this in a little. Maybe get rid of that. Take some of that away too. And I wonder, maybe I'm going to eliminate that too. Yep, eliminate that. And now, much easier to see that. Okay, that was good. I'm also going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of these. They were there, now they ain't there. Didn't take long to get rid of those. And I'm going to get rid of those too. So we are decomplexifying. And then I'm going to take this here. No, not that. This one. And maybe have that a little higher there. Yeah, here, let's change this. We're going to get rid of this. I'll take you away. I'm going to have this go in this direction here. Actually, geez, I still have to make either a display base for the mounted baristas, their surface tension, or I have to reprint those and make them into a diorama. Still kind of hemming and hawing about that yet. Okay, so that makes much more sense now. You gotta have the cavalry. Right, surface tension, it's basically almost like a legal obligation to have some cavalry. Some kind of mounted units, whether they're mounted baristas or not. We got that light going in there. More here. A little something lighter down there in the corner. A little something lighter over here. Map surface tension. That's why I got to get to those Knights of Dol Amroth very soon. Got to get to those real soon. Also, gonna take out that and take out that. We're removing freehand left and right. This is hilarious. That's gonna go away. That might be the most freehand we've ever eliminated in one shot right there on the channel. Again, don't be afraid to make adjustments. Sometimes you look at something and say, well, that seemed like a good idea at the time. See, oh yeah, there's surface tension. I mean, lawn darts seemed like a fabulous idea at the time. I still think they're a fabulous idea, but they turned out to be less than optimal, so adjustments were made. There we go. That's why they were brought indoors, where they're clearly much safer. Well, maybe not every family brought those indoors. You don't want to have to worry about again, maybe you run into a tree or something like that outside. Much better to have the lawn darts indoors. Let's do more of our light here on our fabrics. Then we're going to put some, well, essentially some mud spatter probably on there. Maybe a little bit of dry brushy stuff down in there. I'm going to take this, and that's almost going to be a little bit like a blending brush there. We're just kind of stippling with it. That's all we're doing. On his shoes, let's see if we can get something lighter here. Let's see if we can do that. Not with that. Here we go. That's what we want. Should have gotten, believe it or not, some of our magenta or something like that. And try and get a little something later here on the boots, maybe. Not sure again what kind of footwear this is really supposed to be. They're almost like boot moccasins or something, I don't know. Lighten this up over here. Oh, thanks for doing the song there, Rico. That turned out really fantastic. I did not, there was no time for messing around with anything with Suno or anything after the stream. Let me do a little bit more of that down here. Okay. Alright, so now we got some lighter stuff in there. The skin here. I'm going to get me some of this, some green in here, perhaps. Let me get some of that brown. Mix it with the, now we got a greenish gray. I might even just use this. It's got some of the colors from my cloak on there. That'll go on the skin now. Change that up a little bit. Same there. Oh, okay, that's what's missing up here. Let me get this again. Some of the sky blue stuff. There's another little bit of reflected light kind of missing there, and then we also have to get our horizon line here. Let's do that. I don't think we're going to use that big chunk there. Something tells me we might want to cut that down just a little bit. Yeah, I don't need that big old chunk there. So yeah, Grand Org, I'm actually going to try to make another couple of Spellbrush figures after the stream. Now again, I might have to send them. I'm just hoping I can just. It would be easier just to be able to send them, one at a time at email, kind of like the STLs for the Lord of the Rings gummy bears. There. Catch a little something lighter on the edge of this page out here. Not too much, but a little bit more. Also, there. What are we about not even 3 hours in. So again, now we're starting to do a little bit more of a, some brushstroke maintenance, more cleanup type stuff. Hey there, Renlor. So Grand Oracle, I just want to. It's mostly just to kind of get enough knowledge of the the Eldritch Foundry so that I can film that video. So I'm just gonna make some more of these. Pretty much just not with anything necessarily in mind, Grand Oracle. Just essentially pressing buttons and then going, that's what that does. So great to see you there, Renlord. Renlord, if you want to post any of your stuffs there in the chat, please go ahead. I know that you haven't probably had much time to do miniature stuff over the last 5-6 days, probably. There we go. A little bit of edge on that. That needs to have a little light. Same over here. Also, some there and some there. So even just this one, Grand Oracle, even stuff like this was just like, okay, what happens if I press that? I had no idea that this would actually happen. This was totally by accident. This figure actually, Grand Oracle, it basically just happened, me pressing stuff. Now, there was a couple of hard lessons learned about how you save things. It doesn't quite work in the way that you would normally expect it to. So yeah, I ended up losing something because I went, oh, okay, there's a save. And it's like, no, all that did was just overwrite. That didn't save separately. That just overwrote something. It's like, yeah, that was no good. So yeah, I was trying to save, except the way it saves is not quite the way it works in other situations. You gotta be always be mindful, because basically what you're gonna do is save over what you already did. Essentially, you gotta give it a new name every time. Otherwise, you're gonna wipe out something. Even if you go back later and change the name again, just change the name straight away all the time. So yeah, that was somewhat painful there, Grand Oracle. Especially since you think, well, okay, we definitely want to be saving things. That's a good idea. Well, it got a little bit tricksy there. Let me get something a little lighter down there. And then a little bit of reflected light down there. Not too light. That is actually in shadow there. I wonder. I might even. Well, I'm gonna redo that. Now let's try both of them here. Let's just do these two again. Where's my, a little bit of that Payne's gray. That's the Williamsburg Payne's gray, by the way. Come on. That is too dark right there. We'll have to go back and alter that. Maybe even some a little bit darker up there, and maybe even a little something darker on here. I'm gonna do me some muds here, so I'm gonna take that and maybe some of that. Or I could just take the weathering powders too. I'm gonna go more with that. Get that cloak there. Maybe a little bit on the underside of this too. More of that. I think it's the burnt sienna from Paul Rubens there. Yeah. And maybe we'll get some dirt there over this. And that will by default kind of tone down the cloak here. Yeah. There we go. That actually, that's doing kind of what I hoped it would. Maybe even hit this a little bit now. If I tried doing this, 35 to 40 minutes ago, that would have been somewhat unfortunate, because all I would have done was just smear all this stuff instead of what it did, which was actually put a little bit of mud and stuff over the top of it. Now, where is it? Oh, here it is. Remember, if I do this while the paint is still wet, it's going to actually adhere to it. Yeah, just like in real life, right, Camda? Again, that is house paint. That's not oil paint. That's house paint. So yeah, we're just going to do this then. Here, let me. What was it? Our Trench Crusade. That's it. Yes, our Trench Crusade figs. Also had the weathering powders on them. And more there. Actually, geez, Cam, I think the Wapple socks were probably long before your time. Definitely long before your time, because we're talking like 2018 or something with the Wapple socks. That was where I basically took worn out socks where like there was a hole in the heel or something like that, and I basically just cut off everything except the elastic part on the top and wore those like wristbands. And that's what I used as paint towels back when I was doing acrylics. They're really not necessary now that we do the oils. That really wouldn't serve a whole lot of purpose. But yeah, the old Wapple socks. Actually, Camden, we were going to come up with a. Oh, that's right. We were going to have a kind of like an Adidas style logo on them. Oh, and paint like a champion today. That's it, Camden. Yes, that was going to be the advertising theme. Was paint like a champion. Yes, they were going to be the Wapple athletic paint socks there. Because it's not like we have too many Kickstarter ideas already, right, Camden? And again, Renlor, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. I need to still get more reflected light over there. Take this. It's also got some thinner in it. And there, okay, now I think it's actually doing something there. Maybe even lighter in there. But check out the Instagram link that Renlor just shared. So Renlor, again, I hope that painting stuff has, if you maybe get a chance to do a little bit of it this weekend. Because I know you got your couple of different conventions coming up there. Too much of the yellow. We will retreat to some red here. Maybe some thinner. All right, something like that. Fade that a little more. Let me try. Oh, here's our ultramarine blue. With some of the sky blue. Maybe even a lighter blue. That's gonna be too light. Oh, green. Phthalo green and some of our white, cause we need that over here too. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. That's what we need up here. So a little touch of that. That'd be fabulous there, Renor. I know that's one of those huge guys, right? I think it was there like two different versions of the Brontosaurus. There's usually a couple different versions, even like my big Tigray that I painted. There was a couple different versions of him. Come on, there we go. There's that. Okay, so now that's got a little bit of shiny on there. Alright, where's my violet over here? There's also an Iridican wife over here. How you doing there, Irid? Everybody, please give Iridican wife a follow. How you doing there,
Hello,
Irid?
little hobbits. Spark my
See,
gums.
just like that. Thank you so much. Would appreciate that. It's like, ah, so you do realize you kind of spilled some of that on yourself. He's like, dude, man, this is a messy job. You just smell like catnip. It's like, well, it's really not for cats. It's really just for hobbits. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 there for Wuta Yarnaholic. Well, he survives with a 3. So thank you so much, Wood. Appreciate that. That's right. That's the one you were showing me, right, Renlor? Yeah, sorry about that. I spaced on that. So again, everybody, please give Irid and Wife a follow. So Irid, are you just gonna hit the sack there? Oh, and Irid, let me see if I can. I think it's right here. Oh no, that's our City of the Dead. That's not quite the thing that I was looking for. I wonder if I still have it here. Nope, that's not easily available there. I wonder. No, it's not easily available there either. But I made another. Oh, there it is. So that is the. There you go. See it all bubbling right there? That was the. What was it? The butter pecan cake mix with the. That was with peaches, I think. Yeah, with peaches. So see you in a bit there, Arid. Have yourself a great walk with the hounds and everything else. So this is a new Wappellious Spellbrush figure. The original, done by Artisan Guild, was this one. So it's the original Wappellious Spellbrush, and when we do this one again, we'll try to I was gonna do this freehand actually, but then we just said, well, we just thought we would update it to the new thing with the Book of Wapple. Here's the second one. Now we have done many different iterations of this. So we've actually done a giant bust of it. This one's about 72 mil right here. We did that one. But now we can actually sculpt all new ones, and we're doing them on Eldritch Foundry. And I can tell those controls on to the left right there. You really can do some amazing stuff. You can even control the base, what's on the base. You can even put a little nameplate on there like we did on this one here. So again, it's a new Wappellious Spellbrush figure that we created. Now, last night on stream, we did 4 space capes. Not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 space capes. There are a couple of them right here. So we had a lot of fun doing that. And our Monday stream was a little bit of Battlestar Galactica. So we paint quite a few different things on the channel here. But everybody, you want to follow Eric wife there, be sure to again give Ira the follows, just like Wuda did here. So Wuda again, appreciate that. So again, we're trying to do some lighter stuff here for object source lighting on these little jars of fluorescent paint here. Get a little more of a violet over there as well. Okay, so something like that. See you in a bit there, Irid. Thanks, Wuda. So yeah, it's you can even see there's the first Wappellious up in the corner over there. And again, instead of a staff, I was just literally pressing buttons and I went, oh, there's a palette. And the palette went in his hand. And I said, oh, what the heck? What about a book in the other hand? And sure enough, there's a book in his hand. Now, and you can really reposition these. You can position the arms. There's a lot of controls that are available on the Eldritch Foundry there. So you should again. Is it gonna have like the same kind of detail as an archvillain figure? Well, definitely not. And it probably shouldn't because that's not what it's there for. Right? If you want all those different options to be able to add this or that or the other thing, you'll kind of have to surrender a little bit of And this is some detail, maybe, to be able to do that. And to me, it's worth it. The other thing, too, is you can basically make very advanced sculpting dollies out of them. So what if I was to just maybe not have any of the hat or the clothes on there and just do that myself, sculpting it myself? Well, I could have the armature, so basically use this as an armature. It would have been nice if I had this again for that wedding cake topper, because I could have again made dollies and then added the clothes on top. That would have been faster and a whole lot easier. I'm gonna try and get me a little bit more of the, there we go, a little bit more of the light on the well, armor there, I guess. Trying to do a couple more little highlight type things. That didn't really, that's not quite what we want. We want maybe something like this instead. That's what we want instead. Yep. Great to see you there, Roland. Happy Saturday. So we have ourselves again a brand new Wappellious Spellbrush. Oh, look at that. The original did have a backpack. Oh, look at that. See the little brushes there on the backpack? Now, again, that's something we could add a backpack to them and the sculpting thing, and then we could sculpt the brushes on there or whatever. And there are actually like different spell effects that you can attach to different things. And again, this is our other Wappellious Spellbrush there. And let me see if I can bring this down without knocking things over. I think so. This was our latest one. This is a little bit bigger. We actually made a bust out of him, right? We put him on that Nerixin plinth, so he's a little bit bigger. Now you can actually make busts with the Eldritch Foundry program. Guys, look at this. There's a Wappellious spell bust right there. So if you need to make a bust, you can make a bust using Eldritch Foundry. And try and give him a couple little, maybe some mud spatters here. Oh, and by the way, 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 50 seconds ago, there was no paint on this. Yes, this was a paint-free object. It was basically, oh, well, here you go. That's the color it was, just this dark brown primer, because I primed these both at the same time. I just took some of the reddish brown primers, some of the black Stynel Res, mixed them together, and that was the primer. So yes, a brand new Wappellious Spellbrush. And the nice thing is that I can get this file to folks on the Patreon page and such. And that is something I'm hoping to add to the Patreon page, is basically, okay, here's an STL file that I made, and here's a video that we did on said STL file. Oh, look, now you have the STL file. Because we may or may not be, for our sculpting busts pledge level, instead of me having to purchase busts all the time on my mini factory or whatever, well, gee, now maybe I can actually make some that are purpose built for a specific exercise. So yeah, that will be coming to the Patreon page. Again, doing a little bit of mud spatter there. Trying to almost kind of do the dried mud there, which is always going to be lighter than the fresh wet mud. So hope that you do it well there, Roland. And again, great to see you. Let me see if I can't blend you a little bit more. Oh, and we are using oil paints, by the way. Yes, we are using our fabulous oil paints. In this case, mostly the alkyds. There's a couple of regular oil paints out there, if you want to call them that. Yeah, and I think we'll leave that paint spatter free. Now let's get ourselves some warmer green here. No, a little more. Okay, a little like that, and now more of our violet, perhaps. Let me see what we can do. Got our violet over here. That's gonna go blammo right there. And take out some of that orange. That's a whole bunch of blue right there. We're gonna add on some violet to that maybe. Nah, let me do a blending brush on this here. Blending brush time. There we go. Oh yeah, over here. On that blue. Maybe even on our green there. Well, we're talking about doing some texture up there on the, here, let me take the phthalo green. We'll mix it with our black, and now we're going to come back and just kind of add some texture to this here. Remember, we did this on several of our Gandalfs. You can see the texture there. Actually, you can probably see it easier on this. There he is. You can see the texture a little bit easier on our Gando kitty right there, our cat doff. There's cat doff for you. Painted him up on stream. But again, I mean, under normal circumstances, if I do a tutorial video on that, or just a stream, and you say, well, I want to really paint that too, well, you'd have to find that, track that down, and buy that file. That's a very good one there, Wuta. That is very good. Wuta, actually, we did the entire fellowship. We also did Cat Ladriel somewhere. I don't have Cat Ladriel out here, but we did Cat Ladriel. We did an Aragorn kitty. We did Boromir. Yeah, we did Boromir. Oh, and we did a Gimli cat. Oh, and we also did the Argo kitties, Wuda. Yeah, a pair of Argonath, but they were actually kitties. Oh, where's our Gollum? Here he is. Check this out, Wuda. There was the there's the Gollum right there. So Zoins, this is one that I just created myself on Eldritch Foundry. Here, let me see if I can line this up here. I did it before. Oh, he's almost there. I think we just about got it. No, he needs to be a little lower. There he is. Look at that. That's pretty cool. Boom, there he is. So there he is on Eldritch Foundry. And that's where he was created. And then I printed him out at just about 54 millimeters size. I mean, maybe he's 60 or something like that. But we will be creating many more, again, different Wappellious characters. So Zoins, how you doing? Appreciate you being here. And of course, hopefully you're having a fantastic Saturday. The other thing I was going to do, again, like I was saying just a little bit ago, was make him available to the patrons on the Patreon page. Because in all likelihood, I will be doing, well, I know I'm going to be doing a a tutorial video, well, several tutorial videos on how to use Eldritch Foundry and kind of just like we do with our FDM printing, right? Push the boundaries. So we have printed up tons of busts in FDM, and yes, that is done printed out in FDM right there. That is not a resin print. We've done tons of those. Again, here's another one. Again, that we did with the. Again, you can see the FDM lines right there. So we have basically a printing workshop series. Well, Zoins, I'm sure you're going to have a whole lot of fun there painting at that event. It's always fun to get to paint amongst folks,
Spark
right?
my ganja.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Zoins. Ah, so okay, that's a really unique thing. So how are you gonna fight the Balrog with that? Are you kidding me? I'm just gonna like hypnotize him. Like, how are you gonna do that? Well, I'm just gonna put. There's just gonna be this kaleidoscope of colors, and he's gonna try and figure out how contrast is more than just light versus dark. So, like, you're gonna do riddles with the Balrog? It's like, well, it's better than your idea. You got your arms ripped off. Oh, and you died. It's like, I really wish you wouldn't mention that. What's gonna happen on our big Gandalf 6 for Zoins? What's it gonna be? Ooh, that was close. This almost hit, but it bumped into something and stayed at a 4, just like so for Zoins. Thank you so much, Zoins. Appreciate that. No problem, Zoins. Actually, we're going to be painting Aragorn as King Elisar on the Saturday stream, Zoins, and maybe something else too. So we will be right back at it. And Monday, we will be back to our Battlestar Galactica ships. So we're going to do another Galactica ship on Monday. And then, of course, so on Thursday, we'll get back to Flat Thursdays and we'll be painting more fabulous spacescapes like we were doing last night on stream. So we did 4 spacescapes last night. Thanks so much for following there, Zoe. Appreciate that. And again, 3 hours, 13 minutes ago, there was no paint on this Wappellious Spellbrush. None at all. No paint on him. It's all been done in the last 3 hours, 12 minutes. But have fun painting there, Zoins. Have a lot of fun. I wonder. Let me. No, that's gonna be too much like our skin tone there. What if? Ooh, okay, we got paint on the end of that brush. We don't want it there. That's a booby trap. So I'm gonna take that. Mix the green with. There we go. We will have ourselves a greenish gray. That's gonna go. There we go. Now that's gonna also stand out from the skin tones. Blending brush here. Again, this is all oil paints here. Start to finish. No zenithal, none of that. That's how we started out. There was no freehand. There was no... That was nothing. Nothing on the book. That book is just totally blank. So let me try a little more again of the... Put some of that over there too. Here, let me make this a little later, a little bit more of a green maybe. Almost a bit of wood grain or something there. So that King Elisar figure, that would be from Navarrete Studios. And that's a figure that I've never had a chance to paint in all the years, in what, 22 years of painting Lord of the Rings figures. Never actually had a chance to paint one of those. So I'm looking forward to that. Let me get a little more on my skin tone. Okay, there we go. Now, of course, the Eldritch Foundry stuff, as I mentioned, Lord of the Rings, because well, the Lord of the Rings figures was that was always true scale, right? Because they had to look like the actors, the movie characters and such. So Eldritch Foundry is heroic scale, so the hands will be bigger. And again, the details are not going to be super fine. We're not talking like arch villain type figures, but that's okay because again, that's a whole different purpose behind these. You also can't customize your own arch villain figs, so it's a trade-off. Nothing that says you can't have the arch villain figs, and then also make your own in Eldritch Foundry. Nothing that says you can't do that. I don't know, shall we say, how decent the free kind of play around trial version of Eldritch Foundry is. And again, there might be some functions in the you know unpaid version that just aren't there versus say the paid version. If it's anything like the like dozen other AI type things I use, well, like we talk about Suno all the time. Well, Suno works a whole lot better when you have the paid version of it than when you're just like me saying, okay, here I'm just going to try and get maybe 6 or 7, 6 to 8 iterations a day out of it, and not go in and manipulate stuff secondhand and whatever like you can with the paid version. And I guess Eldritch is going to be adding things like pirate themed stuff. Apparently, either this month or in October. I guess it's this month. It was something that I saw in an email a couple of days ago, and I cannot remember what it said. Where's my little more of that white there? Lighten you up a bit more. You know what? The knuckles. Let's get some lighter stuff on the knuckles there. Well, he's there to raid big acrylic encampments, right, Camda? He's like a privateer, Camda. That's it. He's intercepting. Oh, there we go. Yeah, he's intercepting shipments of acrylic paints or something like that to try and save all the kitties. I'm actually gonna put this on here. Let me see if we can do this. Again, kind of creating the impression of something on there, because you're not really gonna be able to see that anyways. Something there. And then a little something on that. Now let's go back to our brown. No, no, nope. It's going to be this brown here. Something more like that. Now, again, with the bases here, you can make. There's a bunch of different base themes. You can add, I think, basically one article to the base, or maybe one article and a familiar to the base. You cannot alter the base size, at least not in the program. However, there's nothing that says you can't in your slicer make it bigger, smaller, do whatever there. So that's another kind of that's another manipulation that I'm gonna try and do. That's what That's why I want to do those tutorial videos where we kind of, again, try to push the envelope, where we also use it as basically an advanced sculpting dolly maker. Where I say, okay, you know what, I don't want to have to deal with sculpting the hands, but I would like to be able to do more detail on the face or on the, like a specific thing in the clothes or whatever, or a specific type of shoes or whatever, just make an alteration. I got me some yellow here. Let me try. I don't really have any yellow out here. I mean, this is sort of a yellow here. Where are we at with this? Ah, there we go. Nope, still too much paint on that brush. We're going to get rid of more of that. More of this here. Because, like I said, I wanted to do the whole pirate thing for Armored Wolf there for the birthday figure, but that was not an option. There was, there was no pirate gear. There was sort of, I think, maybe like the uniform, right? But not typical pirate. There was like, okay, you could take like a civilian or something in civilian garb and maybe give him a bandana, and you could sort of make him like a schmirate, but not really exactly pirate-esque. Give me a little bit more there. We got a little bit more of the red on that bookmark right there. And something more like this here. Yep, there we go. And some more there. A little more spattery stuff over here with the paint. Just put whatever paint spatter colors here. Something there. Some red, whatever. I don't know, maybe we will try to get a little bit of paint spatter out here. You know what, we probably should maybe do some on the other side of the palette. What the heck? Got our ultramarine there. Some sky blue on there. Maybe some green here. Like you do. Like that. Maybe a little bit of orangey stuff too, but let me get some lighter green out here first. Trying to break this down. Something more like that. There we go. And now something in the range of maybe an orange. Maybe with a little more of the red. Maybe some a little bit more on that edge out there. Oh, he's got quite the spattery stuff going on all over him there. Darken down that blue there. Now we need to take Actually, I might get some of my fast matte white out here for some of the really small little super light highlights that we need in a few places here. Catch a little more light up there too. Blend that in. More reflected light there. Little tap, tap, tap up here. Nice to see you there, Pascal. Everybody, please give Pascal Cruz a follow. So, Pascal, check this out. I'll try to line it up here as best as I can. I think I gotta do it right about here. And oh, there we go. I'll turn him a little bit. Ah, that's it. That's it. I think that'll do it. There we go. We almost got him. Perfectly aligned. There he is. Look at that, Pascal. See you later, Zoins. Thank you so much for being here. Again, appreciate that. And Pascal, if you want to share any links in the chat, I know you got fabulous painted stuff you can share, so why don't you do that, Pascal? Oh, and check it out. Wappellious Spell Bust. So yes, you can make busts there too. Now, I'm going to take this into a slicer and I'm going to put a different plinth on there than the one they have, but at least it's an option. So yeah, and obviously I want to try and get this file to some folks on the Patreon page and such, so that we can do not just okay here there's this tutorial video. Now you can have the figure and you can try and paint along, but maybe actual paint alongs where we all have the same figure and we all paint the same figure. So that's a future thing that I've been trying to arrange for years. And for years, I mean like 6, 7 years. Where it's like, yeah, we could all have the same figure and we're all painting it no matter where we live, right? Because if it's a physical miniature, that's kind of hard. You have to ship that to a lot of exotic places, and shipping stuff now is, well, I gave up on shipping anything international years ago. But here it's an STL file, right? So Celia Zoins, and yeah, Presco. I guess I've never used the Hero Forge. Apparently, there's a couple other ones too that are sort of like this as well. I couldn't tell you what the names are, but it is. I've been told it is definitely kind of along the lines of Hero Forge. There's a lot of neat functions and such. So yeah, Landras. Well, then you can print out Wappellious Spellbrush here on your FDM printer and print them out adaptive layers, right? And make them super gigantic. So yeah, Pascal, they really do. There's like just the facial controls alone, just the nose. There's about 5 or 6 different permutations that you can do to basically control what you're doing with the nose. You can make the nostrils bigger, smaller, again the nose wider, narrower. The eyes, there's I think 3 different types of eyes you can have as far as okay, do you want the eyes that actually have a shape to them or just flat eyes like I like, so you can actually just paint that in yourself. Landrest, I was just thinking that you would have that set up as a statue in your house there with candles and incense burners and all that kind of stuff. And then when the crew is over there, there can just be rituals in front of the idol. There is one rule, Camden. You have to use up at least 10 Yeah, you have to use up at least 10 spools of filament on there. That's the rule. Anything less than 10, that's the sacrifice that you have to make to the paint gods is 10 of filaments. Yes, if it's not 10, and but besides, you can get those on you can get them from Elegoo anyways, right, Landrast? Let's see. Don't want that any light. Nah, I don't want to make that any lighter. Let's get this gray over here. Again, Pascal, if you want to share some of your stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Were you gonna maybe say do some streaming on Sunday there, Pascal? I know that's not an uncommon stream day for you. There is on Sundays. You know what? I'm gonna try and get me some of this gray in here. There we go. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared. And everybody again, please give Pascal Rules a follow. Yeah, Pascal, that last thing that I saw you working on there that was looking really tremendous, and oh, those tarot cards, right, Pascal? Great to see you there. This Mechanic Games. So this Mechanic Games, I don't think you had a chance to see the spacescapes we were doing. So we did a new set. We did actually an airbrush video. So we created more raw materials for some more spacescapes here. This is 3 of the 4 that we did last night. So that was again, that was very fun. Yeah, Pascal. Now, yeah, there might one day, Pascal, be some kind of a really snazzy thing where we could sculpt stuff like that. I mean, obviously this is fun stuff here, but like I've been saying, it's not going to be say Archvillain or Lost Kingdom. No, sorry, Last. No, is yeah Lost Kingdom, not Last Sword. Lost Kingdoms type detail. But again, it's a different form for a different function. So, this Mechanic game, it was very fun. I don't know if you saw the Patreon vid yet, but yeah, I did a new Patreon vid with the airbrush because well, I've used up all of the Gen Con paintings, so I had to make more. And I made us 3 more paintings. I was also testing out a few different types of inks against each other. There was the Steiner's Ghost Tints versus the Liquitex and Green Stuff World kind of standard painting type inks, like and then the dipping inks, which actually worked really well. Those spacescapes actually were done with the initial painting was with the GSW dipping inks. They're not as quite as intense, say, as either the GSW regular inks or the Liquitex inks, but they actually went through the airbrush pretty well, I have to say, and I've used them on terrain a bunch. I've done at least 2 or 3 terrain tutorials with them. So again, trying to do a little bit more texture on his chapeau there, kind of like what we did with Katdorf. So again, kind of a very similar thing there. And well, that's the other thing you can do again is you can create bases. You can put objects on the bases, and then you can do stuff like this, where we have our nameplate here, and there's actually several different types of nameplates. There's at least 5 or 6 of them, possibly more. Again, I intend to learn a whole bunch more about this as I go along. Now it is time to do some cleanup on this. That S going here. There we go. Thanks, Camda. I really wasn't sure when I was first doing it, right? Because I hadn't seen them printed out at all. So what I was seeing, in the software, whatever you want to call it, I couldn't really be sure what I was looking at. Now that I've actually seen these in print, I can say, okay, I know how like thick that's going to be when it actually gets printed out. Let me do those two edges right there. Maybe we'll clean you up a little more here. A teensy bit. I think I actually need to get more of a... Oh, no, that's way too much of an orange. I need more of a... There we go. That's more... A little bit more of a rosy thing here in a couple of parts. Maybe some a little later there. Again, all of this is in shadow here, so... You know what? That's how I'm going to get that. Let's get some light in here. Almost like a grayish skin tone there as well. Maybe some a little lighter still. We'll use this, I guess. And mix it with our grayish rosy color there. Now we're talking. There we go. Now he actually has a little bit of expression there. Okay. That's what was going on. All right. We'll move on from here. Let's get some of this onto his cheekbones there. Try to lighten up. I guess I better thin it down some more. Whoop, not that thin. That wouldn't have been good. Okay, now we're talking. The rest of his nostrils there. So yeah, that's what we needed. We needed some of the light underneath the eyebrows. That's what was missing. Back to my, here, let's stick with this much lighter skin tone type color here. So again, like say the arms, we're not going to have like veins sculpted in the muscles. It's not going to be again like a say an arch villain or whatever. It's in many ways more like say an artisan guild. Again, there was the original Wappellious Spellbrush. Right there. So that was our original one. I will try to make a familiar form because remember CAD. I think you can make familiars. I don't know if I can make a little demon one like a familiar, but maybe I can make something similar to that. Little fun CAD for another Wappellious Spellbrush. And then of course there was this one which we have done several times already. Well, this is an exercise channel, right, Camda? This is an exercise channel. Why would we not have a very healthy Wappellious Spellbrush there? Now, actually, Camda, there is another way to get something like this, like in a very short period of time. Get yourself a paint roller. Get yourself a paint roller and be doing that over your head for a couple of hours. Yep, with some nice heavy house paint on there. You'll be surprised how beefy you'll get in no time at all there, Camda. You'll go from cheesecake to beefcake in no time at all doing that with the paint roller. Get me some of this lighter skin tone up in there again. Yeah. Let's do something more here. I mean, of course, I had to tone it down a little bit on the miniature from what it actually is in real life, of course. Let me get some more of this lighter skin tone in here. Right in there. A little more on that nose. Right on the nose. We'll get something back here too. Blending brush maybe as well. Now again, I like the maybe some of the staining down there on the ends. I'm gonna take my blending brush here, and I'm gonna go after some of our little paint blobbies there. Push those around a little. Like that. Maybe a little something there to manipulate that, maybe even darken that down a little. Maybe a little something here on some of these free hands. Again, to tone those down. Now, wait, I'm going to go, yeah, that's right. I needed my fast matte white out here. There we go. Some of our fast matte white here. Got to find a spot for it. We'll just chuck it over there. For some very light highlights, maybe on some parts of the armor, and of course maybe even lighten up our little these little paint jugs some more. That didn't go there. Let's get rid of you. More of our violet here. Okay. Let's try this again here. Maybe even lighten up our some of our letters, not everywhere, but just a few key places maybe. A little something on our Book of Wapple here. Come on, there we go. And better. A little more up there. And that. Now, we came to this, so and then you Well, you get the Pilates bar too. So you gotta do both. You gotta do both things. Do the paint roller thing. Again, that's one of the things I do after the stream. Is what is that? It's like a 45-pound bar, or something like that. Lift it like 150, 200 times. No big deal. It kind of stretches things out. Let me do that here. Something lighter over there too, sure. We never did any of our there, right on the edge of that. Boom. There we go. Nice and shiny there. Top of the maybe not the top of that. Let me see what we can do here on our book. Getting a little more of our little more space for our text there. Now, where's my blue? I'll take some of this blue here. Try and come back into our again, kind of illuminated manuscript, and it's a bit like this. So if you're wondering why we're doing this, it's because it is in the actual, whoops, wait a minute, there we go. So the Book of Wapple, there, so we're actually doing, and this is one right there, so there we go. That's what we're trying to do, is this sort of a illuminated manuscript thing inside our actual book here. Might look familiar there now. More of that blue right down here. This Mechanic Games, if you wanted to post your Stormcast there, please go ahead. Sorry if I did not mention that sooner. Welcome back there, Tifu. Welcome back. Well, happy Saturday there, Tifu. And Tifu, this is the promised brand new Wappellious Spellbrush figure here. It's actually been, I wasn't sure what this is going to be like to paint. I had no idea what to expect. I didn't even know how it was going to print. It was a little bit like, like the BSG ships there, Camda, right? We had no idea how they were going to print until we printed some. You know what? I'm going to hit the top of that with some of this blue here. Tifu, Tifu, if you wanted to share any of your stuff, like always, in the chat, please go ahead. Let me try to catch a little more light. No, wait, let me take this and that and make this, and that will go right there. Now over here, we're going to take, come on, some of that green. And that will go there, again, to reflect some of that on the armor there. Well, that's good there. And Tifu again with the, well, and of course now that I can sculpt, our own bust, we can even sculpt busts or whatever that lend themselves even more. Also, too, they're those texture plates that Grand Oracle mentioned earlier in the stream. We'll try and see if we can't get those files. All right, there we go. But again, the advantage of me, while it may not have it like the super detail, the advantage is you can get the file from me and be able to actually say, oh, look, I have the same file. I can paint the same thing because it's the same file. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. Uh-oh. Route Roll Recoil, look at that. That's a sad sight right there. Well, thanks for the supplies there, Recoil, because, well, we got 2 days left on our 50% off, right? So let me see. I think this should do it. And we got a little special one there for Recoil. Thanks, Recoil. That's going to be super, super helpful. Appreciate that. There we go. There we are. That's fantastic there, this Mechanic Games. That's fantastic. Actually, there was, well, let's see. There was Yadaro. Wow, there was some of their stuff that I was going to get, but it's not part of the summer sale. So, I mean, it'll always be there. I'll just get it non-summer sale. But we'll see what we can find. One last hurrah. Alright, a couple more of these. That. Let me fade out some of that. Okay, there we go. Now, and again, you can see it's a little bit hard to see that reference there. I don't know if I can find a better one here, but again, this is where we did the stuff with the GPTs. Not sure if I can bring that up easily. Whoops, that's not going to do it. Where are we at here? Oh, there we are. Let me see if we can find it here. Nope, that's not what I want. I want this. I want this. It takes a little while for these to come up. There he is. So that's what the there we go. That's what let me get a hand out of the way. So I took a picture of the exact miniature and then said, okay, give me like an illuminated manuscript in the book. Obviously, it changed where I like how he's holding it here. Ooh, this is actually kind of neat. I don't know if I can manipulate it quite like that in Eldritch Foundry. Well, we can give it a try. Yeah, I like that configuration, I gotta say. Yeah, Tifu, well, sometimes those interior geometries can really get you, right? Those can be tricky things. There's been some stuff and again, that was Arch Villain. That was again, this was kind of in the earlier days. And Arch Villain, they told me, well, the reason why things aren't hollowed is because we tried, and the interior geometry did not like that to be hollowed. And sometimes it was like the same type of monster or figure or whatever, and one would be hollowed and the other one wouldn't. And I'd say, well, that didn't make any sense. And they'd say, well, here, fair, go ahead, try to hollow it yourself. And then don't be surprised if you find there's some weird stuff in the interior geometry. See you later there, Inkanes. Everybody, please give Inkanes a follow. And of course, Inganes, why don't you share your stuff one more time in that chat before you head out? Happy Saturday. Again, on our Saturday stream here, I will be painting King Elisar. At least that's the plan, because he's already prepped and ready to go. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Inganes just shared. Then give Inganes a follow. And Inganes, have a great stream there as well. Let me try this up here. Oh, thanks again. Uh-oh. There's one little drop left in there. Thank you so much, Inganes. Now, I'm going to try Riku. It'll be interesting for next week, but I'm hoping for next Saturday we actually have our first Swampton football players. Even if it's just like a couple of color test figs or something there. Actually, well, recoil. Here's the thing: we have to do home and away uniforms, so we have to do at least two figures, right? Home and away uniforms. Oh, and there we go, Rico. We have to actually we have to find football stadium files. Definitely. Well, Camden, it's a very different type of medicine for sure. That is the Viking berry flavor. Was the Viking berry flavor from Monster? That was that was sometimes the breakfast, lunch, and dinner of choice at Gen Con this year. Camden, I haven't really looked too hard at those because well, I know I've made at least half a dozen Blood Bowl stadiums. That would be super fun to print out, right, Camda? Actually, Recoil with MLB, they're doing this crazy thing. That each team has like 400 different uniforms. It's really weird. Oh, and I guess well they have the uniforms for Dream Night, or well it's not just Dream Night. It's that whole month, right? Recoil for Indigenous Month or whatever. I think some teams had those jerseys out there for much longer. I'm gonna get me a little bit lighter highlight on the edge of that. Now back up to here again. Now Camda, I guess, is printing out one of those Blood Bowl stadiums, kind of like printing out. Well, I'm printing out this Imperial Barracks, or like the City of the Dead, where there's 25 pieces. All right, let me go back to something darker here. Payne's gray, a little bit of the Mars black, or actually coal black. There we go. Because I'm guessing the field itself has to probably be maybe upwards of maybe 9 pieces. I don't know. There we go. So Landress can attest to how long one of those takes to print out. So would you say probably a week, maybe? Landress, maybe 8 days, 9 days tops to print out now with something like an X1 carbon. And I don't use that sports setting anymore. I used that initially. It's been probably since maybe January or something of 24, or yeah, last time I used that, or yeah, January of like 24. Because I do believe it was December of 2023 when I got that thing. Many hard lessons learned since. Again, we're trying to put in some texturizing here on his hat. Like that. So this Imperial Barracks here, the killer about that is that there's at least 8 pieces or something like that to take more than 11 hours to print. I think there's two pieces that are 18 hours. There's three or maybe there's four more that are about 12 hours or so. That it's adding up, that's for sure. Hey there, Tundra Crusher. Great to see you again. Happy Saturday. So it's been a while there, Tundra Crusher. Hopefully all is well. He lightened you up a bit. Where's that? Oh, there it is. So Tundra Crusher, I don't know if you've seen some of the Battlestar Galactica ships or the spacescapes that we've been doing on stream. Well, let's see. We've done 5 weeks now worth of spacescapes. That's hard to believe there, Rico. We got 20 of those spacescapes now. And of course, Tundra Crusher, if you want to maybe share something that you've been working on in the chat there, please go ahead. Where's my okay, I'm just gonna grab a little touch of that here. I'm trying to add this to the green, so there we go, to the green source lighting one. Got a little lighter. Also right there by his clothes, yeah, and then reflect some of that green over that way. Fine, we'll throw a little green on that. Let me darken this up here. Van Dyke Brown. In you go. Right there. Blending brush time here. Good to roll. Fine, we'll throw a little bit of dark under that. Yeah, might even darken the edge of his hat there a little bit too. Let me increase it. Let me take this. Not too much thinner though. Not too much. Okay. That made a little more sense now. That wouldn't make a whole bunch of sense there for a sec. Gotta be careful here not to make this stuff too light. It is in shadow from his hat. Which means maybe I'll try to make this a little lighter out here then. We use a blending brush here. Like that. This too. Little deltoid there. Let me push it that way a little more, and then a little extra reflection there and on the gold over there. Something a little later up there, sure. Catch maybe a little later in this collar thing there. Oh, that's right. We were going to put a little... There's nothing sculpted here as far as, say, little nicks and chips and stuff in the armor. I'm just going to paint some of those on there, just for reasons. You know, I might throw a little more of the light, again, as close to the little vials here of paint as possible. Next, I'm going to try and make my magenta a little lighter. Here we got our magenta. We got some of the white. Okay, yeah, that is significantly lighter now, down over there. And then right up against the... a little more of my magenta here. Just regular magenta. There we go. Something like that. Okay. Tone this down. That should be darker up there. Let me do this. Yeah, fine. We'll throw a couple little magenta spots up there. On this up here, I'm gonna try to get me some of my lighter gold stuff. So we got our white here. I still got the Indian yellow down here. Mix those up together. This is a little brush right here. It's not a candle. There's a little ferrule for us there. Now let's get this lightened back up again. Yeah. Oh geez, Recoil, what is gonna be for vittles tonight? I wasn't able to use the air fryer tonight, sadly, because that chicken was it was too big for the air fryer, so I had to go in the oven. I got some. I had something else that can go in there. Probably do that tomorrow. Let me lighten this up too. Yep, and this as well, and then over here. Okay, so that all is starting to coalesce there. Oh, that's part of our letter there. Oh, and of course the original Book of Wapple graphic there, made by Recoil. Yes, indeed. It's on this. Where'd that poker chip go? We just had. There it is. So there's the original, again, Book of Wapple graphic, and of course Recoil. I don't know if you can see in the lower right-hand corner. Once again, it's spelled book with 3 O's. For a second, I thought it was 4. But yeah, it still does that. You would think it would have spelled the name wrong, but no, it misspelled book. It's like, you've got to be kidding me. You know, I'm going to get rid of this. I'm just going to keep that flat there and maybe give that a little bit more of a point. Well, that sounds great there, Recoil. That sounds fantastic. Which, of course, now that's getting me mighty famished for some kind of vittles after the stream. And it will not be anywhere near as fancy as that's for sure. Unless I try to do the, oh, what the heck? I might, no. Maybe I will try to do those tonight. Oh, the Brussels sprouts. Yeah, Camden. Now again, every stadium's going to be different. Maybe there's optional. Well, like if it's got the dugouts and everything, that'll be more. Yeah, Recoil. There has to be a way that's how we defeat Skynet, right? Recoil. We just give them signs. They just have to read things, and they can't figure it out. So that's how we ultimately defeat Skynet is by making it have to read stuff. So either Prussian blue or indigo. Those are both staining colors, and they're both blue. I mean, actually, to me, the Prussian blue or the indigo, those are what I would use anyways. They definitely work very well. That's where the perline black comes in. That's the very dark green from Winsor Newton. Now again, Tifu, do I have him here? Is this our Dark Angel? No, that's not our Dark Angel. Is this him? No. We'll find. Well, actually, here. I mean, check this out. Okay. So we actually used Pearline Black. We used a dark green for our Blood Angel. Yeah, the pre-glaze on that was actually, I believe, a dark green. So just because it's blue doesn't mean it has to be a blue pre-glaze, or green has to be a green pre-glaze. See you later there, Renlor. Have a great Saturday, Renlor. Appreciate you being here. So, Irid, if you wanted to share your Pinterest link again, please go ahead and do that. I don't even know if you got a chance to do that the first time. But yeah, go ahead, share your Pinterest link there, Irid. Sorry if you didn't. There we go. Everybody check out that Pinterest link that Irid just shared. And everybody please get Irid can't wait for a follow. And now, Irid, is it going to be more Gundam stuff on the Saturday stream then? So yeah, Tifu, that was something that I know I've done it with. There's been a couple of videos. I don't know if they're quite titled, using opposite colors in a pre-glaze or something like that. Maybe they're not. They don't have a specific title like that. But that's certainly something that has been done in videos. Let me grab some of this into our red here. There we go. That needed to get a little later there. So some more Gundams. Everybody please again give Irtica Wave a follow. You're going to see more fabulous Gundam on stream. In addition to the usual fabulous jewelry. Let me get that red. There we go. Okay. Just had to get actually closer to our little paint pile there. But yeah, it's been a while since I think the last time I had a chance to play with Egyptian Violet was on the Zygomors. Yeah, that was the last time. Yeah, we're still waiting for it to dry. I could definitely see that for sure, Arid. For sure, I could see that. I'm glad that that has been a nice little kind of a refresher there. Kind of recharge the creative juices and such. Okay, now That was a bit more of the magenta than I wanted there. Let's get rid of that out of the brush. Holy smokies. Don't need that much. Alright, we'll try that. Now let's try to build up some orange here. Now this is where the pure orange would be super fabulous, but we don't have that on the palette here. Now I'm going to try to barge in with a little more of that yellow there. Arid, I've got that one Gundam that Spoon Handle sent. And I wasn't joking on the stream last night that I said if I do a tutorial video with the assembly of that as part of the video, I'm just gonna mute the audio because something tells me there will be spicy words used. Probably some very colorful metaphors. Something tells me that me trying to assemble a Gundam type thing. The black speech of Mordor is going to seem like kindergarten talk by comparison. Okay, putting in a little bit more. There we go. Now, oop, now you can see it. There we go. I might let me see if I can hit this violet over here. I don't know. Camda, that would be like not safe for life forms. Yes, that was, what would that be? NSLF? Yeah, not safe for NSALF. Not safe for all life forms. That's what it would be. I'm gonna go a little bit more. I got my we're using our radiant, whoops, radiant violet over here. So everybody again, please give Arid a can wait for usual 7 p.m. Pacific, right, Arid? 7 p.m. Pacific time, I do believe. I get rid of a little bit more of that green there, and because we already got it out here on the cloak there. Arid, the tolerance on those things, right, is just unbelievably tight, right? Because that's what I've heard many times is that you get a little too crazy with some paint or something like that. All of a sudden, things aren't gonna fit or move, or something is gonna go boom with those things. Try and light you up right along. There we go. So right there. A little more here. Teensy bit more there. Maybe a little bit of the blue there, and up here. Our teal green. Let me see if I can maybe. Okay, we got our Prussian blue here. Indian yellow. Now let's try that. Where's my sky blue here? A little bit of that. A little more. Now some of our sky blue again. And that might just do it here. Not too much. Ah, there we are. Trying to get the, here, let me get to some of the cleaner, not radiant green here. For some even lighter stuff there on our little vial of the green. That might be a little too light there. If we do that, not too light. Let me change this around here. Let me get some more of this red. Whoops, not that light. More like that. Ah, there we are. So we got our all kinds of vials of glowing paint there. So everybody check out that that little link there that Camda just shared, another Blood Bowl Stadium. I'll take you and some of our yellow here. Maybe some of our white even. Down in our green again. Yeah, okay, that's got that nice and light. Let me put a little, okay, we got our green up here. Yeah, we got that. We're trying to get another O here. And then a K. Look where my hand is on this brush. It is closer to the back of the brush than the front. None of this death grip stuff. None of this or whatever. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. It says it right there in the book. Actually, speaking, let me get back to that little bit of reddish, not radish in the book up here. See what this is gonna do. Maybe a little touch more of our white there. What does that leave me with? Okay, let me refresh that brush a little bit. Ah, that's better. There we go. Now we're talking. It's the right value, but it's also the right consistency. And also this has had a chance to set for a while. It's had a chance to set, so it's good to rock and roll here. Okay, get some actual little designs there in the yeah, just a little manuscript type thing, or sorry, a little illuminated manuscript. Might lighten the side of this page over here. I know it's sort of in shadow, but let me keep going. I do this with some of my thinner. But the very edge of this, I would like to maybe see a little smidge lighter here. And a little bit down there. Got our red again for some a little bit. There we go. Yeah, there we are. Might try to go a little lighter here on our on the nameplate. Possibly here. Let me try this. Cleaning up some edges again. I don't want to completely take away some of the, basically almost like the staining that's there on that nameplate. I sort of like that. Need to get a little bit more of the light out here, maybe too. Well, Tivo, yeah, go ahead and why don't you post that so then folks can check it out and they can give you some kudos there and some kind words. And again, Camden, if you wanted to share your stuff, I know you had a chance to share it like in the very beginning of the stream, but if you wanted to share that again, please go ahead. And everybody, please give Camden Paints a follow because Camden is going to be streaming some oil painting pretty darn soon. And again, that can have some very, like we were talking, right, Camden, that can have some good value for folks because it's a whole different perspective of somebody that's thinking of the oils in a different way because just approaching it from a different standpoint. Not so much that, yeah, I've been using these since I was 13 kind of deal. And that could really, really be super helpful for folks. Everybody check out that that Instagram link that Camden just shared. That's too much. We don't want to. We're not cutting this up like it's the armors. Actually, speaking of which, I might want to get a couple little lighter dings and whatever's there on that armor. Now, Camden, some of the crazier thing, it's getting all the like the sound of the alerts and stuff. And then, of course, getting used to, well, then, like the raids and everything, you'll find a way to kind of introduce yourself and what you're doing over the course of time. And of course, it always changes too, right, Camden? We certainly weren't doing puppet shows when the stream first started. Yeah, there were no puppet shows. The whole puppet show started because people wanted a face cam. There wasn't going to be a face cam. And, now we have Gandalf comes out. Well, Wappellious used to come out anytime somebody did chip, cheers, or bits or something like that. Now, that was something Wappellious used to do. And then, well, then it became Gandalf. And, of course, we have other guests that appear on stream. So I needed to get there. I needed to get some of the green in there too. Perhaps even on this guy, which needs to be a little darker up there. Yeah. Yeah, Camden, I didn't know anything about streaming at all when we first started because, well, times were a little bit crazy. And it was, well, you got to become a Twitch streamer now. It was something that had been under consideration, and then it became a necessity. Well, yeah, Tiva. Well, there you go. Your Instagram would be an exercise channel, much like what we have here. Also, an exercise channel, which I will be doing after the stream. Not so much the exercise with the paint roller, but the post stream exercising. Camda, there was no, yeah, water hadn't been, that hadn't been created yet. The elements weren't there in the universe. Not at that point. What do we got here? We got this going now. Like that. And not too much with this lighter stuff on the trimmer. We got to do a little something lighter, I think, on that. Again, trying to have the mud. Oh yeah, we did the lighter mud here. We got to do it on this side. Holy smokes! Let's get that working over here. Yeah, there we go. I knew there was something missing over here. That's what it was. We did it on the front. We certainly got to do that here. Blending a brush like that. Fine, we'll get a couple more spritzes there. Yeah, there we are. A little something more on his shoes, boots, whatever they are. Yeah, we got it there, okay. Ooh, I never did this side. Just a little hint of something lighter. Okay, elements like the cloak, obviously they're pretty thick, but this cloak is meant to go on like dozens, if not hundreds, of different figures. So that's why it's going to be that way. There's again a little bit over Payne's gray, a little bit of the coal black mixed together. Now that's the Williamsburg Payne's gray, so basically indigo. And indigo is one of those really fabulous, very dark colors. It's not opaque. Even Egyptian violet is not opaque. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Okay, and darker here, sure, fine. On the bottom of his hat. Now that is hair. We need to get that more of a brown. What about that? Okay, that's gonna be better. Touch lighter even maybe. So it's just the Van Dyke brown and some of our white there. Well, that's getting a little too late. Especially since, again, it's in shadow. Okay, let me pull in a little more there. Okay. same dark again here. Let me take that. Oh, we're gonna shrink that down a little bit. You know, I'm just gonna get rid of these two things as well. Just again, we're gonna simplify that a little more here. That works. Boy, Tifu, I could swear that I have at least maybe one of their scopes. I don't know. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I thought I had at least one. I probably do. I might have even printed it out already. Okay, trying to catch a couple little, again, sharper things there. Here, let's, that, there we go, there we are. No, I want book, not boof. There we go. Okay, let's change that. Yeah, that doesn't mean quite the same thing. Oh, I need a little bit more of my gold over here. That might just do it. Nope, not enough. More of the Indian yellow. Let's see. Tivo, actually, I've got some Kingdom Death figs that we got at Gen Con, and we tried to get one of the batches that had, like, basically almost everybody had some kind of object source lighting thing. We might do that on this channel every so often. Only every once in a while, of course. How we almost never do object source lighting. Certainly didn't do any tonight. We didn't do it 6 times. Actually, technically, we have 6 different light sources on here. I just realized that. Yeah, technically, we got 6 different light sources there. Nope, that's got too much of the red. We'll try this again, backing off into more of the magenta here. So we did that. Now I'm going to go lighter with that. Shall we? There's way too much thinner on that. Let me get rid of some of that. So yeah, I gotta actually Tifu. If you have any interesting Ronin ones there that you recommend or something like that that are kind of in that Kingdom Death thing, well, we got again about 1 3/4 days left in the summer sale. Somewhere around there, yeah, like 1 3/4 days left. Darken the top of that just a little bit more again, kind of where the paint sort of ends on the top of that, towards the top of the little vial there. No, that got too dark up there. Let me let the light just mix back in with it there. So yeah, Tifu, I have to remember to go check those out there. Let me get this Van Dyke Brown. One more go at our... Nah, I better thin that down a little bit more. There's too much junk on the brush there. Okay, that is a little more solid. The E is a little more solid. So is the U now. That had gotten a little bit verschmizzled there. Widen that a little. All right, that's cool. But I do believe no. Well, now it's almost 4 a.m. Yeah, we're starting to get close to 5 hours here. We're gonna be right back at it again, though. I think for sure King Elisar definitely is one of the figures. And if I have other things there, but for sure King Elisar, we're gonna try and paint that on stream because again, I've never had a chance to paint one of those. And all the years of doing Lord of the Rings stuff, never had a chance to paint one of those. This is where we say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing all those moderations yet again. And thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. And of course, Rico, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Donos, very helpful. Super, super helpful. And looky here. Let me see if I can. I think he goes just about like this. Let me see if I got him lined up. No, he got to go down here. There we go. He's almost lined up. Try one more time. Boom, there he is. Look at that. So, yeah, there he is. The brand new Wappellious Spellbrush STO file. It started with that. Then there was that. And now, first of many more. And now he is all painted. I'm going to get this rake countdown underway here because it takes a little bit for it to take place. So, and of course, well, a little book of Wapple right there. So there's, again, the brand new Wappellious Spellbrush. Thanks again, everybody, and we'll see you later today. See you later there, Erid. See you, Camda. Appreciate everything.